Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's doing well. I am a little bit sleep deprived, but we're still streaming. We are ignoring my health issues and going ahead and playing the funny train game again today, as always. So, let's get into it. I'm not sure if the game's set correctly. Hold on. Okay, it is. Good. Whew. What's your favorite Steam train? I don't really have a favorite. I kind of just like a lot of them. It's fun to just enjoy Steam, you know? Don't really have any one that I enjoy more of. Well, I have some that I enjoy more than others, but I don't have one that stands out on top. Speed first, Johnny, and then me. I'm spreading sleep deprivation. No, don't worry. I've been hiding sleep deprivation for like a couple of months now. I probably should take a weekend off of streaming and just focus on my mental health a little bit. But hey, we're still doing it today. We are looking past the problems and we are playing funny train game. Also, I still blame Durian. I don't know how she got in my room, and I'm still really annoyed about it. Hello, Overland. Welcome, TK. Welcome to the stream, both of you. Currently reheating some spaghetti for lunch. So, I guess I probably should be building from the sawmill rather than from down there. I really think we should have gotten a 10-wheeler, another starter loco with this update. 10-wheeler to go with the passenger car, starter to go with the sugarcane stock. Honestly, I do think we should have gotten another locomotive, but I'm still happy with the update. Just finished watching another stream. Welcome, man, and welcome, Viper. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday, everybody. .5, then we'll go ahead and place down a bumper real quick. Durian is a cat, and as we all know, excuse me. Yes, that's exactly what we know about cats. As we all know, cats are actually liquid, therefore she puddled her way around under your door. If she did that, though, the question is, why didn't she do that to escape? Because she trapped herself in my bedroom. And then meowed at me non-stop at like 5 a.m. and kept me awake for a really long time till I actually realized she was in my room. Hello, a person. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Don't forget, if you run logs to Shays on the passing siding. Oh, don't worry. I still remember she's there. I'd noticed she's not in the engine shed anyways. Designing a small yard for this area is going to be a little tricky. I'm Where wonder how... Because we also got to worry about the interchange track over here. You have any other favorite game? Splatoon 3. Well, actually just Splatoon in general. Like, it's the game that I still play that can easily beat out Railroads Online on how many hours I have put into that game. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna check that number on my Switch real quick, actually. How many hours have I put into this? 1,000 hours in Splatoon 3, but in Splatoon 2, 6,590 hours. I think it's safe to say that beats Railroads Online. I'm about to embark on a 7-hour drive from Austria home, which, 7 hours. I wish thee luck, good sir. Make sure you have a lot of audiobooks to listen to while you're in the car, just to keep you entertained. Because meowing at you to open your door is annoying, and being annoying is #1 cat's job. Except this is the first time she's done it in a long time. We have actually been able to teach her not to do it. I don't know why she screwed up this time, today. A conveniently timed burp nearly made me blow a giant glob of snot into my water. Emphasis on nearly, thankfully. I know nothing about cats. I'm more a French bulldog person myself. That's fine, that's fair. To each their own in pet tastes, I've just always been a cat person. We've had 4 cats in my lifetime. Harriet was the first. She passed away in 2009, and it was a cat that lived in our basement. Near the end of her life, we let her up into the main house, but she started pissing on everything. She was like 17 years old when she passed. Second was Hestia. She's still alive, but she's in the other side of this family right now, in that household, so I haven't seen her in a few years. Third was Pearl. We got her around the, when we had Hestia. Hestia was a stray, but I don't know why I'm going into this much detail, but we're doing it anyways. Hestia was a stray, but Pearl was one we picked up at a show somewhere, and Hestia did not like Pearl at first. Pearl grew on her, though, and they got along pretty well until Pearl suddenly ran away from home, and we don't even know how she got outside. And then we got Durian, who is, well, as we have seen, very annoying today, because I still don't understand why she thought it was okay to go into my room. Did you hear Nintendo's shutting down the servers for Splatoon 1 and all their Wii U and 3DS servers? Yes, I have heard. I don't have my Wii U anymore. I still have my 3DS, but I never really played too many games on the Wii U. I think the big one was like Mario Kart, basically. At least online play-wise, But I've been seeing a lot of my friends going around and being like, well, we better play Splatoon 1 for the last time before we have to jailbreak our consoles. 6,000 hours? Dear Lord, if I had that kind of time to sink into a game, I would have the ultimate Stardew Valley world, and I haven't even downloaded Stardew. Oh, don't worry. I got 400 gold medals in that game. I played it an ungodly amount. It was a lot of fun. It was a blast. I was very good at the game when I was active in it. I'm no longer really all that active, but I do like playing some Salmon Run, I have no right to say anything when it comes to time spent in games, as I have 17,000 hours in Java Minecraft with mods, of course. Oh, don't worry, I probably have the same amount of time if I had actually tracked how much I've played Minecraft. I've been playing since, like, one of the beta updates. The one that where they added, like, I joined very shortly before wolves were added to the game. So, have you experienced a bug with the turntable not being interactable or having collision unless you place a piece of rolling stock on it? I don't think so. Maybe? I haven't really messed with turntables too much since the update. Mostly because I haven't run trains very much since the update. I've been building all these track networks just so that I can actually operate things. If trains had an hour count, mine would probably be maxed out. I have a few games where that would be the case. I think, excluding Minecraft, because I don't actually have a way to track how many hours I've played that game, second place, Railroads Online actually isn't even third place in how, like, the game I've played the most. Second place, I want to say, would be Geometry Dash, hilariously enough. And third would be Railroute, which I do not play anymore, so we don't talk about Bruno, so we're just going to talk about Railroads Online and say it's third place instead. Found a way to play multiplayer on Train Sim with quotation marks because you don't see other player trains in the game, but you can see other players on the map. Interesting. Interesting. Wish I could look, but I believe I have upwards of 10,000 hours in Rocket League. Was constantly playing on Xbox before I got my PC, and Xbox doesn't track time right for that game. Oof. On your Steam account, Geometry Dash is first, Railroad's second, and Railroad's third. Yeah, that sounds about right. I should get one of those accounts where you can write down and note how many hours you've played in any number of games. Should get one of those things where you can be like, yeah, I've played Splatoon for 6,500 hours. And also track these other Steam-based games. That would be fun. What mob are you voting for this year? Wait, there's a mob vote already? I think I saw something about, like, a penguin, but I didn't realize that the mob vote was, like, actually, like, fully out yet. Or at least the choices were. It's news to me. And here I was thinking 500 hours and Railroad's line was a bit much. Oh, don't worry, I am very much somebody without a life. I have 599.1 hours in Space Engineers, and that's my most played game. See, for me, I wish Nintendo Switch actually accurately tracked how many hours you played, because I would give a much more concise answer other than it was around 600 or 6,600. Crab, armadillo, or penguin? I'm gonna have to see the crab model then, because I'm pretty certain I would go with crab. You gotta go for the meme, you know. If any, I know that most of you people are probably thinking about Crab Rave right now. I'm thinking about This Kills the Crab. Or for people to leak top secret documents on the forums to win an argument against a 12-year-old. Dude, I love every couple of weeks. I have this one server with a couple of friends on it, and every couple of weeks this guy just posts the same meme that says, days since last leaked military document on War Thunder, 0. And it's just some guy clapping. And he posts this, or like, every couple of weeks. It's really funny. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. If I can, I'll post it in the Discord real quick. Yeah, there it is. It's literally the first message in one of the channel, or second message in one of the channels. Alright, I'm just gonna drop that in off topic. There you go. Do I want to know the context behind why we don't talk about that one person? It's more a video game. It's just that I used to work on it, and the developers have really gotten greedy and focused more on making the game as flashy as possible and nothing else. And so I quit the team, and I have denounced the game. So nothing too big, but still nothing fun. War Thunder community is better at finding information than any government agency ever. Have like 7 different installs of Kerbal Space Program. Jeez. That is a lot of you know, that makes me wonder, how many installations do I have of any one game? Like, what's the most I've ever done? Also, I just realized I probably shouldn't have had a 0.5 downgrade on this hill. I probably should have left it flat. It's pretty easy to fix, though. Hey, Yama, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Crab gives you extended grip, armadillo dog armor, and penguin makes your boat faster and is cute. Hey, are you saying the crab isn't cute, man? Do the same on our server with the War Thunder leaks every couple of weeks. Damn it. It's so funny, dude. Just every now and again. Somebody posts the image again and we're all like, ah, shit, again, come on. Had this idea for a while for a Choo Choo Charles mod, where is that like the train from Choo Choo Charles that you ride on? I don't know the game very well. I don't do horror very often. Even if it is very much meme horror. Hello, Mew. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Working on the new map, I see. I can't wait to get back from my vacation to work on my road. Dude, it is so much fun to play on this map so far. We haven't done a ton because I'm still kind of like... we need to actually get beams and lumber out to the rest of the world, but so far it has been a blast. Really enjoying myself so far. So your thoughts on furries? I don't really have much to say about them. I have friends who are, I have friends who aren't. Generally speaking, as long as they're not the kind that actually do, like, really disgusting stuff, go ahead, you know? If you're gonna have art, if you're gonna enjoy yourself on the internet, that's alright, but just don't go around harming animals, please. I wonder if the War Thunder community were the people that found the missing F-22 jet. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Those people kind of just... when they set their mind to something, they're going to get that something done. Hello, Isaac. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I have 9. Jeez. I'm out here like one installation of, maybe 2 installations of a game is like special to me, or like a big deal where suddenly I've done something weird. 9 installations? That's honestly quite impressive. Got like 400 hours in Breath of the Wild, but I didn't enjoy Tears of the Kingdom because it reused BOTW's map and I've already experienced it. Couldn't even finish Tears of the Kingdom, or Tears. I don't know if it's Tears or Tears, because I was just bored. See, I haven't played any Zelda games ever, so if I ever picked up Tears of the Kingdom, I wouldn't have any trouble there. I have never touched a Zelda. How do you run so fast? Is it a mod? Yes, I'm using a cheat tool called Railroads Online Extended. It remotely attaches to the game and allows you to do a bunch of things, like cheat in money if you so feel like it, but it also allows you to run super fast like this, which makes track building so much easier. And it allows you to fly without having to hold an industry, and it's a very good little tool to have lying around. Gotta go to the airport. Alright, have a good one, Yama. Have a good return trip, man. See you around, probably on Sunday. I've never touched a Zelda. You do know that Zelda's a character in those games, a female character. Yes, I do. There's a reason I use such poor choice of words. Really need more groundwork options on the Switches with all these hills. Now, I know we really need like a stonework option at this point, man, or maybe like even a tier 2 groundwork one. What do you think of the new Big Loco? I'm always not a fan whenever they just add in another engine without really considering that more power isn't always a good thing. But I do actually really like the way this thing looks. I know that some people don't, but I'm really a fan of the sort of Russian decapod-esque appearance to the engine. It's a very, very pretty little locomotive. I love the industrial vibes it gives. It's a very nice little locomotive. We actually have one on this map, though I'm probably going to repurchase it in a little bit. We'll see. First, I kind of have to build the track layout so I can run the dang thing. You ever need someone to help you on trackling? Let me know. Nah, thing is, Gilded, I only really let people onto my saves who are tier 2 subscribers on Ko-Fi or tier 3 members here on YouTube. Today is not a multiplayer stream, but even if it was, I would only invite people who are members and Ko-Fi subs. Hello, Andrew. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Highly recommend Breath of the Wild as your first Zelda. It's a truly magical experience your first time playing. You'll probably enjoy Tears of the Kingdom more than me as well. Yeah, so I'm... How many years has it been since Breath of the Wild even came out at this point? I feel so behind on the times. It's a game that I said I was going to play like 4 years ago, back when it first came out, and I've just not gotten around to it. Do you have any plans to do any lore with your railroads, online railroads, like the one in Lake Valley? Probably not. Like, we're gonna have operational limitations, to keep things intriguing, but I don't think I'm really gonna focus too much on trying to make complicated lore. Because really, I like focusing on the logistics of things more so than the story behind it. And so in this save, actually, we currently have 1, 2, 3 railroads and interchanges between them and all that sort of fun. I hate the stack talk of the Lima 280, but love the whistle. Honestly, I really like the stack talk. I understand why some people don't, but I'm actually quite a huge fan of how she sounds in motion. Then again, I really am just a sucker for that industrial vibe, but... Oh god, wait a minute. How high up are we? Okay, this is gonna be a little bit harder than I expected. I was expecting that we'd be able to get down pretty quickly from here, but yeah, no, there's a lot of height difference on this route. Jesus. It's been 6 years since Breath of the Wild and Switch's launch. 7 years this March. Good lord, we're getting old. I remember I got my first Switch for my birthday, and then my sister got Splatoon 2. I didn't care for it, but I immediately got addicted. What is stack talk? It is it's the sound of the engine smokestack when it's in operation, when she's running at full steam. Build a short stretch of trestle and then some more rails at the base. Push the cars off the end and hope. Yeah, but how the heck are you gonna get them up? Like, that's the huge problem here. Is not really so much getting them downhill. That's no trouble. It's more so making sure you have the ability to bring them uphill. You know. So I'm not sure we're gonna have a solid answer to that question anytime soon. I think we're going to be stuck in a little bit of purgatory. Speaking of purgatory. Didn't enjoy those personally. There aren't many sky islands in the depth. I found just kind of boring. Try not to spoil Stir. Oh, don't worry. If you spoil me, it doesn't really matter because it's probably going to be like a year till I actually get around to playing the game. I am not worried about spoilers for a Zelda game. I've never played them anyways because I've never really been too enticed. When in doubt, switch. You know, that's true. I could do switchbacks. Could be an interesting way to handle this route. Hear about the new DRG game that was announced? What was it? Survivor? The little top-down one that they're working on. Yeah, I've heard about that. It's kind of old news at this point, though, isn't it? It's been around for a while, or at least they've mentioned it for a while, right? I mean, Rogue Core? I have not heard about Rogue Core, no. Admittedly, I haven't played Deep Rock Galactic since Season 4 began, so, it's kind of a small problem. The thing I did for the private mining railroad that's run by the porters. Line to the coal mine needed 2 switchbacks to reach it, and building that was not easy. I think we already have a switchback route, actually. I believe just up the hill here, actually. Can't really see it from this angle, but I'm not opposed to switchbacks. I just need to figure out how I'm gonna do it and what engines I'd want to run, you know? Hey, here's the switchback. It's gonna be a roguelike, mixed with Deep Rock Galactic gameplay. That sounds fun. So kind of like a deep dive, but pushed to the extreme. Hello, Johnny. Hello, HO Scale Modeler. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You know, we could turn to this to the left and start descending this way. Because if we descend this way, we can hit the ironworks. And turn around. Well, actually, the ironworks might not be a kind of vital location. I don't know. We could hit the ironworks, though, and then continue the descent off this direction. I think that'll be a little bit easier than trying to stick to those sheer cliffs over there, honestly. I hope I'm not moving too fast for some people. I hope I'm not making anybody nauseous with how fast I'm running and how much I'm doing. You heard about Frisco 1522? No, not really. I don't really know a ton about restoration projects right now. I'm more just somebody who kind of likes doing my own thing and running models, you know? Hit the ironworks. Shouldn't we warn them before we do that? Nah, warning them ruins the surprise, man. Takes away so much of the fun and the charm of the prank, man. You gotta lose friendships, otherwise it's not a real prank. Currently stuck on building the smelter, building to the smelter on my game. Building downhill is pretty difficult. Are you playing on Pine Valley? Because, yeah, no, that route is a nightmare. I honestly don't know why it's like a mid-game challenge, because it really shouldn't be. It's the route down to that Smelter Valley is stupid, honestly. I mean, it's great, but it's just like, why is it so hard at that point in the game, you know? Would you be interested in some 0-30 coaches? I already have, like, 12, something like that. I don't think I need too many more coaches, honestly. Don't worry, sir, you won't have to pay attention to 1522's restoration because it will most likely never run again. Oof. RIP. Working on my own playthrough right now. Decided to put the sawmill on an island for some reason. Oh, don't worry, you're not the only one. What's their name? Speed. Speed has done that and is a bit proud of it, honestly. Even though it's like one of the worst locations to build to. But it does offer a very interesting and unique visual experience, you know? Gives you an excuse to build a cool bridge out to the middle of the islands. Did you think the Railroads Online devs thought of balancing when they made this game? I would hope they did. Good balancing helps add longevity, and longevity means that players are more likely to spread word about the game through just word of mouth. Because they're still playing it and still enjoying it. And but considering the map that they added, or the new industries they added to Lake Valley after the update, yeah, no, they don't really care too much about balancing, do they? Route to the smelter in Pine Valley wasn't really that hard for me. I just made my own version of the Devil's Gate Viaduct and looped under it. See, that's the problem. Like, I don't want to do that. I'm the kind of person who doesn't like worrying about or having a massive viaduct everywhere, you know? It's just not my style of fun. And while it is easy to do, it just doesn't look good to me. And it's like, yeah, go ahead and go from this pretty easy route. And now, build something where there is no ground. You will have to fly. It is, weird. Not a fan of that decision, personally. But I guess it was a pretty old one in the development cycle. And... well, I've got my own complaints about the new map and how they place the industries on the pre-made version again, but... pain. Gotta lose those friendships. What is this, Mario Party? No, it's Mario Kart 8 and Mario Party simultaneously, just for added adrenaline. Would you be interested in 6 Thomas Kincaid coaches I was gifted to by my grandpa? I've already got like 10 to work through, dude. I have so many Thomas Kincaid and other tacky cars, and I only really need the one, so I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be alright. Hey, maybe it's something that I can sell on eBay. You know, paint them up and then try and pawn them off. Apparently, to get the not potato phone online and working as my main phone, I have to get it unlocked from the previous carrier. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that costs money. You know, you're reminding me, Johnny, I still haven't bothered getting my phone online. It's really just a camera at this point in time. I gotta fix that. Welcome back, Viper. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Speaking of eBay, are you going to show TK Mercy and not buy that 0-30 Betsy? Oh, don't worry, I wasn't planning on buying it in the first place. I just wanted to make jokes about how my wallet was on fire. I do not have the cash to actually buy that engine. I would love to, but I really need to focus on getting the bench work for the model railroad project. That's like priority number 1 right now, because we've got freight cars, we've got passenger cars, we've got engines. We just need track to put them on, you know. It's 5 days left till the space DLC for Stormworks. I don't actually know Stormworks. Never heard of that game before. Mario Party stream with viewers when I get Mario Party. That's when I somehow don't have it, even though it looks like a lot of fun. But I guess I'm also kind of not the most sociable person, especially IRL. I played it a couple of times, dude. The latest Mario Party is so much fun. I have lost several friendships, and it was worth every second. I went across the country just to play a game with an online friend, just to lose them in a violent, fiery bout. Don't know if I mentioned this in the last stream. I bought like 5 coaches when the update dropped. 4 for the main line and 1 for iron ore miners to carry them to and from work. We're going to be doing something similar to that in this save. Speaking of which, actually, that reminds me. While I'm thinking about it, I'm just going to place that down that telegraph office real quick. Let's get this one last piece of track in place. Go ahead and do 88.8 meters. You have reminded me that I need to buy a coach for the iron mine route out here. Because we're kind of doing the same thing. Alright, let's go over to the iron mine route real quick. It's a cool game where you build basically anything you want, including trains. Ooh. So, kind of like Scrap Mechanic, maybe? Alright, there we go. The Iron Mine route now has a passenger car. Let's go. The Not Potato has phenomenal video quality and is lightning fast. Big thanks to Bear Jangles for the... Oh, you got it from somebody in the community. Nice. I haven't seen Bear on... Actually, no, Bear was on last stream, wasn't he? I don't remember. That's pretty sweet, though. So you're finally getting an upgrade, kind of like me. Wonder if the Railroads and Line devs could make a map editor similar to Train Surveyor, like adjusting ground heights and stuff? Would that be possible in this engine? See, if it was, I think we'd be hearing more news about it, because a lot of people have been saying that it's really hard to make terrain modification in Unreal 5. So I don't think we're going to be getting anything like that anytime soon. I would love to see like a cuts system, but... Are you aware of the Central New Jersey 113 outing on October 14th? No. I don't really know too much about excursion railroads other than like the one here in Portland. So I'm a bit clueless when it comes down to excursion trains and heritage railways. I'll be honest with you. Speaking of 0-30 Betsy, there is an 040 I'm eyeing. Unfortunately, its price is equal to what I paid for my big boy. So I'm not too keen on paying that much. Look, man, TK, if you get that 042, you can make a micro layout. You can make a model railroad with 6-inch minimum radius curves. I don't know if you have watched it, but did you see that 611 has started its excursion? She was operating on the Buckingham Branch Road, which is a 275-mile Class 3. I'll post a video. There's some hilarious crew chatter. Gotta love Class 3s being real loose. I'm fine with 611 running Strasbourg, but it's limited to like 10 to 15, and she was operating 30 to 40. That's gotta be pretty sweet, actually having a good old-fashioned streamlined Northern running at like decent pace. Not at like mainline speeds, you know, but I'll definitely have to check that out after stream. That sounds awesome. Kind of like Scrap Mechanic, but a lot more detailed and complex. Okay, interesting. I've only seen a little bit of Scrap Mechanic, admittedly. I've never actually played it myself, sort of just watched a few YouTubers doing it, but I'll have to check that out after stream, probably. See what it's like, see if it seems up my alley. The itty-bitty gondolas will be the bane of my existence. Oh, don't worry, Fly. I've already derailed them like 7 times just trying to get them to where they are right now. If I have any tips for you, make sure that when you're going to back into these gondolas, the little 4-wheel ones, make sure that the handbrakes are only on the end closest to the locomotive. Otherwise, they will bunch up and derail. That's basically the big little tip that I've learned. Non-existent workers at the smelter. Well, thank you for providing them a faster and more comfy way to get to work. They're going to be happy that they can finally mail letters to the people who happen to live up at the iron mines that are like 200 miles off the ground. Doubt we'll see terrain mods anytime soon, maybe in a year or two. The devs really need to take that into account and add dev cuts to the new maps. I do kind of like that this map has no dev cuts as an old player, you know, as somebody who's played this game for 1,500 hours or something like that. But I do think that, in general, having 1 or 2 dev cuts wouldn't have hurt, you know, maybe even 5. Just having some options for players to sort of standardly follow to give them guidance, you know? Let's go ahead. 20 meters. Installed reshade onto railroads. What's reshade? Pretty sure my PC hates me now. Don't worry. I can try installing it, see if that works on mine. I've got an RTX 4070. I'll be fine. If I get the 042, I'm going to turn my new shelf into an 030 shelf layout representing the freight depot. Hey, if you do the freight depot, you can totally get 6-inch minimum curves onto a shelf layout, man. Just have the train run around pulling like an 18-foot boxcar. Thoughts on the T1 Trust? Honestly, it looks pretty cool. My father is a Pensy man, so of course I've got a little bit of familial bias in here, but it'll be awesome to actually have like a one of those T1s rebuilt. Those things were actually really cool. I'm usually not like somebody who hyperfixates on big mainline engines, but the T1s might be like the exception for me. It's pretty nifty. I like seeing what they've done. Haven't checked in on them recently. I should probably check their YouTube channel, see what they've been up to. It's multiplayer with up to 16 players. Stormworks? It's not too bad. That's pretty good. God, could you imagine trying to build a stream save for a game for Stormworks, just building trains out and having to actually physically build your locomotives before you can run on the save. That'd be so much fun. I was like, didn't they restore the T1? But then I forgot there's like 3 classes with the T1 name. Yeah, no, we're talking about the, not the Reading T1. We're talking about the Pensy T1. The good old 4444. Highly recommend Scrap Mechanic, but only after Chapter 2 releases, though. I would recommend getting it before, as there is a chance that it might have its price increase. Would make sense. New content, more price, more expense. Sort of to be expected with that sort of situation. But hey, if it does go up in price and I haven't bought it, like, it's not the end of the world, you know? Just spend a little extra money, that's alright. You missed out on an opportunity, but sometimes that's just life. More concerned with the fact that the Cook 280 and the Ruby Basin will pull them off the rails as is. Don't worry about that, man. It'll be fine. You totally won't bin everything and throw it into space. I did do a couple of test runs with the Ruby, and I didn't actually... The only times I derailed were when I braked the train. That was it. It's when I was slowing things down because I was afraid I was going too fast, and I hit the brakes on the engine, but because the train was going downhill, it put the cars into tension, and all the cars went all over the place. So it didn't really seem to be something about speed issues as much as it did about keeping speed from too fast issues. So if you're going to do the Iron Mine runs, I would recommend worrying about your regulator and making sure that, or not regulator, sorry, reverser. I'd recommend worrying about the reverser to make sure that it's all well and good, you know? Yeah, set it to a slightly lower setting. Maybe have the brakes on the whole way down just so the train doesn't abruptly smash into itself. Any plans to make videos like Cliff Notes when Railroader drops later this year? Oh, absolutely, man. I have a feeling that Railroader will become the new hyperfixation on the channel when it comes out, honestly. It's looking so good. Have the boiler built, pressure tested, and certified. Ooh, nice, nice. They're getting somewhere. You know, it'd be awesome if they actually got the T1 out onto like the Northeast Corridor and tried to see if they could bring her up to speed, hauling a couple of cars, like get her up to the posted 150-mile-an-hour limit. Could you imagine? That'd be so amazing. That'd be so beautiful. Unfortunately, you can't actually build track. Oh, that's a shame. No trains. It's just like that one Megamind meme, except instead of other word, it says no train. Somebody make that, please. Somebody do that Megamind thing. Except do it with, like, John Raritzson. Hey, King, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. T1 versus Tornado. That's... Dak... That sounds like an epic rap battles of history episode, I'm not gonna lie. Oh god, maybe I'm giving somebody a really bad inspiration for a video right now. Oh lord. I have a sneaking suspicion in a week I'm gonna find that on my YouTube feed. T1s are cool, but they'll never be received a 154-mile-per-hour speeding fine from the FRA on a run that wasn't even supposed to be a record-breaking attempt. Cool. That's where you're wrong, TK. Maybe, potentially, I don't know. That's where you might be wrong, TK. That's where I hope you are wrong. They've got a tender now. Most of the sheet metal is there. They just have the driver wheel centers to cast. Ooh. So they're coming along quite nicely. It's still going to be a few years till they're done, but it sounds like the trust is getting somewhere. 100 for sure. 150, is there even US track for that? There is, actually, in the Northeast Corridor, where I think they might not be able to run steam engines, though, because it's sort of an area where there's a lot of urban density, and the smoke might cause issues. I know there's a reason that area is electrified, but if it could run on the Northeast Corridor, they can totally hit 150 miles an hour. Not for long, but they totally could. What has been your favorite engine to operate in railroads online? It's a good question. What has been my favorite engine to operate? I guess the Cook Mogul? It's the one I've operated the most out of any engine, I think. Looks pretty nice. Like the newer Cook Mogul, not the old one, not the grubby one that looks kind of weird. I do like that one, but just not as much as the other. And the slower speed sort of artificially inflates the runtime, which is always a plus for me. I like running long distances. And what was the other thing? I just have it on a lot of saves. It looks pretty. I guess there is no other thing. I just like the engine. It's cool. Give us your deepest shower thought. You know what? Hold on. Let me look. I've gotta have a good shower thought. In pursuit of glory, even the gods will stumble. Steam locomotive keeping up with an Acela, that'd be a sight to behold. Oh god, could you imagine one of those new American Flyer Acelas or whatever they're called, running at top speed, and then there's just T1 running alongside it, just not even keeping up pace at that point, just running faster than the Acela. Oh, that would be a glorious sight to behold, man. You see my Lorax Rarity picture I sent last night? Yes, I did. That was really funny to see. A new channel emote. John Raritzson, but he's turned into a tree. A new superhero, too, in fact. That was a very funny little photo to see, actually. I laughed a lot at that. Epic rat battles of history. Gresley versus Baldwin. But Dak, isn't Gresley like? Aren't they like two kind of different scenarios? I mean, like I know they both made engines, but Gresley was like the lead chief architect, while Baldwin was a company separate from the railroad entirely. You know. Northeast Corridor did run steam before it was electrified, so it would be a nice throwback to the olden days of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Yeah, but the reason... Aren't there a couple of stations, like in New York City, where diesels are kind of banned or something like that, due to the emissions and due to them being in the heart of the city and in a really awkward location? A steam engine would be a little worse than that, just saying. Pueblo, Colorado has a test track. That is the most likely place to test the T1's top speed. It's a giant oval. That could work. Could be a good place to push it to the limit and see how fast it can really reasonably handle. And derail it and have a horrible boiler explosion after so many years. No, not really. Really wish we could have a coal mogul with a wood mogul tender. Really like the rear headlight. See, that may or may not be something I'm going to be doing on the ON30 project layout. I like that back headlight too. I do wish we had an option for that, but alas, no. Series idea, triple industry, all the... God, there's so much chat. I should probably focus on chat for a second. Just to catch up on this all. 3 industries, all of the small industries into one big facility with their specific type. For example, 3 logging camps into 1 sawmill, and the rest goes to make profit. So basically, like that. What was the one map? Roll the dice. Is that what I'm hearing? So I think I've already done something like that before. Not as a series, but as a map design. Also, series, like, doing entertainment videos on this channel has become a very difficult task for me to keep up with, so I've kind of stopped. So not exactly sure I'd be doing any series anytime soon, unless I could find an editor. But I don't have the ability to realistically pay that editor at this point in time, so I have 527 hours in Stormworks and barely know anything. That is the perfect game experience, when you've played it for hundreds of hours and you still feel like you're kind of clueless. I love that environment. It's so much fun. I have an image now of the whole Baldwin workforce waiting to beat up Gresley. Just like in a boxing ring, you have 2,000 people and Nigel Gresley walks into the room, but in a war mech. I'd pay to watch that boxing match. Thoughts on the California HSR? Honestly, awesome. I hope it gets finished soon and that it doesn't lose its funding, because it could set a standard for the rest of the United States for actually building good passenger rail. So I like that project. I can't wait to see it come to fruition, and I will probably ride behind it when it comes out. Not on the first train or anything, but because of a severe accident back in the 1900s, a ban was placed to prevent locos that produced emissions, like steam or diesel, from entering the city's tunnels ever again. So the switch over from electric to steam would also replicate the operations that the New York Central did back in the day. Do the editing yourself, become a slave to the YouTube algorithm? Oh, don't worry, I already do that. What do you think I've been doing why do you think I've been sleep deprived? Why do you think the videos that I post come out at like 4 a.m. It's because it's when I finish them. Not Gresley. In that situation, you would need Sir Nigel Grizzly. Yes, the undisputed boxing champion, Sir Nigel Grizzly. I'd watch. I don't think that's how the track is supposed to go here, game. Just saying. Not what I intended to do. What the heck just happened there, man? Even though the coaches are built in 1890, but they have Janney couplers instead of Lincoln pin, much like the 280 and the East or the Tweetsy. Brain. I cannot words. My brain fried itself after seeing the track lay like that. Speaking of Gresley, he would use the boiler design from the Pennsylvania K4 for the A-Class 462s and the LNER, and allowed the Union Pacific to use his 3-cylinder design for their 9000. Oh wait, other way around for the Pennsylvania. Gotcha. Perfect. No notes. Exactly, Leon. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Guess who made it late as always? Me. It's me, JHR. I made it late. I forgot to start the stream for 2 seconds. Hello, Joey the cat. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well, man. Doing everybody's favorite part of this whole thing, where you have to go out of your way and cut down 700 million trees. It's the best part of Rares Online. Just articulate Betsy, she'll handle it. Can you imagine an 0222 articulated? Best locomotive ever. I'd buy one of those if I happened to be somebody from the 1800s with no better idea of how trains work. Also, holy cow, 44 viewers. Oh man, Fly, you weren't here last week, were ya? Now, our peak was like 66 or something like that. For some reason, there have been a lot of viewers recently. I'm not complaining, it's nice. Good to have a lot of interaction and to have people to talk to throughout the whole of the stream, you know? That's why I duct tape chainsaws to the front of Betsy. Tree removal. I would love to see that. Like, the chainsaws are powered by the steam pistons moving back and forth. You just hear a steam whistle followed by a loud whirring noise. Heard from one of the devs that they articulated. Ah, yes, the one that I horribly despise because it's way too powerful and prefer not to talk about. Is still planned, but they haven't added it yet because then there'd be a power beget. Thank God. That's something I complain about a lot on these, or used to complain about it a lot on these streams. So I am very glad to hear that. That is good news to my ears. The occasional murder of an innocent deer. Yep, just Betsy things. You get pulverized in a blender. The deer should have stayed off the tracks. The deer knew what was coming. The deer should have seen it from a mile away. How are you liking the new map? Oh, it's pretty good so far. I really like the change of scenery. I don't like the official map, honestly. The official map is kind of dumb. Like, both from a perspective of an old player who wants new content and as a new player who just wants to enjoy the game. It's kind of stupid, I'm not gonna lie. But aside from that, it's been pretty fun. It's been pretty nice. Although, admittedly, I haven't actually run, like, any trains. I've run, like, 3 trains total, and basically, one of them was a log run up that little switchback up there, and one of them was just clearance testing to make sure that we could actually run the trains we want to. Let's do another quick pass, just to make sure that we don't have any trees on the tracks. You know, let's go back down here and make sure we don't derail when we first run the train. Fun fact: there was an 020 built for a monorail line. It took a generic 040 and removed half the wheels. It ran a whole 5 successful trains before wrecking and bankrupting the entire railroad. Nice. Today, I am going to completely bankrupt the investors of this random railroad, and I'm assuming it would be Africa, because I feel like Africa is where somebody would try and build a monorail. In fact, I know they built a monorail in Africa. It was because of the deserts and whatnot, wasn't it? I don't know why I'm expecting that the 020 is what would be on that railroad, but... Just thinking about it, a chainsaw fitted to Betsy would be a tremendous fun to drive. Dak, where's your cheese at? You better have your cheese ready, Dak. There's somebody who very much needs it for the pun right now. Is it possible to delete the dev-placed industries in the hotfix? I assume so. Because from what I understand, it doesn't matter who placed them. Anyone can delete them. Which is also kind of a problem, just fair warning. Clients can delete industries. So... be careful about who you're playing with. I'm probably gonna, later today, go yell at one of the community managers. Well, not really yell, you know, but, like, go tell him, hey, can you please fix that? Because that's kind of a problem. Alright, folks. You know what time it is? Because I don't. Can somebody tell me? What is it? It's 1:21 p.m. Never mind. We're good. In all seriousness, it is time for us to get a couple of switches in place over here. And to just really quickly link up these good old spawn tracks over to the main line. And we're gonna cheat in some trains because I am not opposed to cheating when you've played the game as much as I have. And we're gonna have some fun, and we're gonna actually operate on this map for once. Do you prefer Pine Valley or Lake Valley? I prefer Lake. Pine is, I think, good as like a starter base game map, but it's kind of, it gets old after you've played it for so long, you know? With Lake Valley, the nice thing about it is there's so many flat spots on the map that you can reasonably place industries that you, like, even on return playthroughs, it's reasonably fresh, you know? Alright, you know what? Let's save the game. Before I do anything else, drop a save. It's pizza time. You know, TK, you're right. It is pizza time. So, 100%. We're gonna have to go out of our way. We're going to get Peppino out here. I'm going to request my girlfriend draw a really quick doodle of me looking like Peppino. Should test that. They said it was supposed to only be host that can delete. Oh no, we don't need to test that, Eon. I already know the answer to this question because last night we had a small operating session, and Clyde accidentally deleted the iron mine on this hill because he was trying to delete a facility, and so, yeah, we just lost the iron mine, and I had to reload the save. 55 hours in Railroads Online, and I don't know anything. This game is hard, man. Don't worry. There's a lot to understand, a lot of intricacies, and lots of detail to worry about. Okay, 19. This one is Norvey. Yes, I know. I'm buying the most expensive engine. I don't care. I want to experiment with the cool new engine, man. I want to get the cool new train. There we go. We'll get antlers on it just to make people even more annoyed. Chat, what is the railroad name I should go with? We both had the same idea for a harbor freight depot. It's such a good idea, man. It's so sweet to have. It's especially great for like coal trains and ore trains, you know? Also, it's just a lot of fun to actually sort of justify why you're or where you're bringing your cargo. How do you get a nice starter track? That is actually something I've been considering doing a video on, like explaining how to get good tracks, how to build well, and how to do all that, because it's not an easy thing, but basically lots and lots of patience, and doing this a lot of times, because I have played this game for way too long. Isn't it like 10,000 hours to become an expert in something? Well, don't worry. I'm almost 20% of the way there. Do you use the autosaves after they reintroduce the date and timestamps to them? Yes, I do. I do delete them quite often, but I like. No reason not to use the autosaves, you know? Because if the game crashes and you don't have an autosave, you're kind of screwed. I have 2,000 hours in trains. Nice. I haven't actually played trains all that much. I probably have like 100 hours tops across all the games ever. How about the Stir, the South Tennessee Eastern Railroad? That could be a good one. It's not a bad idea. I noticed that the camera stutters when I change the view on the Mason Bogey in my game right now. That's something that just happens in general when you hit V on the Mason Bogey. I have no clue why, but it just does. It's kind of dumb, but at least it's not something that's too distracting and it only happens for a moment, so. Where did those antlers come from? That's right, Murder Betsy. Or sorry, Murder Bladesy. My bad, I misread that. What map is better for beginners? Hold on. I need to look at what the default Lake Valley map has on it again. I don't remember. I think neither one is better than the other. Lake Valley is easier to get started on, but its smelter is still in a kind of horrible location. So you don't really get any major benefits there, but you also, like, the Ironworks to Coal Mine run is easy. It's kind of too easy in my opinion, but I think either one would work fine. 10,000 hours does not make a person an expert. I still suck in Minecraft. Don't worry, Bup. Just hotbox the cold box. Make it so everybody in the same building sucks at Minecraft so that you can claim to be the best person at it. It's the big brain plays. More like Manifest Betsy. That's a good pun. It's a good one. I'm stealing that. Manifest Bestiny. Best? No, Bet-siny. Yeah, we'll go with that. we'll do that. You know what? We'll just not give her a railroad name for now. We'll get her a tender with a railroad name later. Pine Valley has more dev paths, so it's easier to tell what you're supposed to do. Also can be seen as a negative. So, Pine Valley does have more dev paths. However, Lake Valley doesn't really need them as much. Because, like, on Lake Valley, the only industries that have major height variation is the iron mine, which is around here, and the smelter around here. And so because of that, there's only 2 industries where you need to worry about gaining height. Compare that to Pine Valley, where you also have the coal mine, which is at a pretty high location. And so overall, also the dev paths on Pine Valley, the one to the iron mine is kind of horrible because it's 6% most of the way, followed by a 10% at one point, maybe even a 12%. And the one for the coal mine route isn't actually all that bad aside from like the 30-meter minimum radius. So depends on if you really want an easier time with a dev path or not, you know? To each their own. So, I think we're gonna have to figure out... Oh, while I'm here, before I run this train, we need to clear out this train from this area. It really shouldn't be over here. So I'm gonna quickly re-rail this thing. Nope. Water facing the other direction. I think we'll get away with one, actually. We don't need 2 scoops. Still not sure about that engine. If we were more in context with the rest of the engines, I'd probably be more accepting. What do you mean by, like, in context? Because the engine did exist. It was a logging engine, actually. The Lima one, that is. I don't remember the railroad it ran on, but I guess you mean you probably mean more in theme, but that's the reason I like it so much, is because it's not in theme. It's a different thing. It's a different style for the kind of person who wants something that's outside of the norm. The dev path to the iron mine is indeed steep, which is why I use the climax on that, because of its strength. For me, on my Pine Valley saves, I used the climax and the Heisler. And on my first one, and I think I had like a 4% grade going up there. And on my latest save, I went ahead and I just made a 2% grade the whole way. 2% uphill, just completely circumvented the whole place. I know it existed, but it seems too big and too modern compared to the rest of them, just a personal preference. See, that is the reason I enjoy it so much, so... all I really just... to each their own, you know? Everybody's got their own preferences. Because I actually really love the way it looks. I don't like its power rating, and I don't like its speed, but I like the way it looks. Also, speaking of which, she fired up yet? Yes, she is. Okay. I love that whistle. Such a good, deep whistle. My first Pine Valley save, I said screw the dev path and came at the iron mine from the right side of the canyon and suffered. I then flipped the dev cut on its head and made it a coal mine line. Nice. Maybe I should actually show off on this stream. Just show you guys what my original Pine Valley save looks like, just so you can understand the chaos I got up to back when I first played this game. That's not supposed to happen. Why did the Lincoln pin break? Give me a 30-mile-an-hour Montezuma and I'd be happy. I would love to see something like the Eureka have 40 miles an hour, dude. It would be so nice to have tiny engines going at fast speeds. Alright. Link. Handbrake off. I don't know why people were running this train backwards earlier, but let's go ahead and set up the marker lights. And let's roll. Hopefully tunnels will be a thing in the future. I wouldn't get my hopes up for that. Like, I know they, back before the whole falling out with a certain group of people, they had that one tunnel idea that somebody had made, but they've said multiple times that terrain modification in Unreal 5 or Unreal 4, I guess it was, but now Unreal 5 too, isn't really something that the engine handles well and be rather difficult to do. Not impossible, but not really something they're gonna focus on. And if I learned anything from working on Railroad, tunnels are broken and very overpowered. There's also that to worry about. 88 Monties an hour. You know, for some reason when everybody says Monty, I think of Monty Mole from, like, Mario. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of Monty Moles just multiplying all over the place. Why do we have 88 of them, man? Per hour? QMA is confirmed tunnels are coming after the full release. Ooh. Well, isn't the full release like a year out or further? That'll be nice. That'll be cool, I guess. It will be nice to have, even if it is a little overpowered. Don't mind my screenshot program noise. Just taking a few pictures real quick. Also, it's narrow gauge. Yes, there were a few tunnels, but as a last and very expensive option. Exactly. That is another thing to sort of consider here. But also, counterpoint, haha, train go bird. There is an easy way to implement proper terrain manipulation, but I don't know if it's possible because it heavily relies on the map using height maps for the terrain's geometry. I am not smart enough to know if it would be possible or not, but I'm going to assume that it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to do. For at least Rares Online in particular, you know? And we don't know if the maps in game use height maps, obviously. Yes, exactly. Also, for those of you wondering what we're doing, I am just moving this train over to this industry real quick, putting her on a siding, parking her there, and leaving her for later. Alright, boys. Are we ready to buy 7 steak flats or something like that and run it with the biggest engine you've ever seen? I do have Montezuma on both maps. The one currently in my Lake Valley map is owned by the Alligator Lumber Company, named Gracie, and uses green Greg logging cars and a brown Way car. Excuse me. Ow. That actually kind of hurt. My Pine Valley save has one place that a tunnel is viable for a shorter route, and one place where a tunnel is optional but will significantly increase the grade. I think the tunnels would kind of trivialize the route between the iron mine and the coal mine and basically make it completely optimal to just do that. Which, to be honest, would be really cool, but would also kind of like change up how many grades you need to build on the map. So, how are you running so fast? Railroads Online Extended. I'm just using a quick cheat tool because we were building track. How's Railroads Online today? Oh, it's going pretty good. We've just been track laying. We're finally getting a train running on this map, you know? After all these years, we can finally do a run of, like, cordwood and beams and lumber and stuff. Good afternoon, Whiteha. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'd find the tunnel useful in the mountains between the coal mine and refinery. See, that's exactly, like, where it would be best, and also kinda where it would be most broken, you know? Like, just being able to skip the challenge of the mountains entirely is a very powerful effect to have in your arsenal. And to some degree, I don't think it's unreasonable to have. And to another, it's like, geez, it's you kids are gonna have it so easy. I've been tempted to maybe get this, but then where would the time go? Don't worry, I have lost 1,500 hours of this game already. I love trains. Same, John. It is a very big hyperfixation of mine. What in the wide world of sports is going on here? Baseball. Clearly. No, nothing suspicious, sir. No, we're totally not trying to transport goods from one destination to another, and we're cheating to obtain said cars to move them, to move those goods. No, we're playing baseball here. Innocent baseball. Oh, I didn't cheat that one in on time. Dang it. Oh well, that's okay. That's alright. You have over 1,000 hours. I have just under 2,400. Yeah, I have over 1,000. I would have more hours, but Splatoon really sucked away a lot of my time for the past couple of years. Remember those horrible pickup lines we came up with? Yeah, I shared a few with my friends, and now one of them is going to try using one to get a date for the upcoming dance. No. TK, you gotta let us know how it goes. You have to let us know how horribly that date goes. how quickly that man gets rejected. Personally find the Lima 280 useful in handling the oil trains, as those tankers are heavy. I can imagine. I haven't run it with an oil train yet, but yeah, we're planning. The reason I'm buying them on this save, even though I typically adamantly say, hey, don't get the big engines, they're boring, they're overpowered, it's because I'm planning on running 15-car unit trains of coal and of oil, both of oil barrels and of tankers. So we kind of need that power. It's going to be great. If you're delivering to the iron mine, can you keep an eye on how many goods it's saying you delivered? It looked like I doubled on my first load. Interesting. Well, we'll keep note of that. I'll do my best to keep track of that, but take notes. You'll be seeing what I'm doing here. Pull out pencil and paper, Jan. Gotta get the good caboose. It's required. We have to get the good caboose. The good paint job. This game loves its 280s. That it does. I do kind of wish that they had more wheel arrangements, but at the same time, I do just like seeing more locomotives and having more trains to run and play around with. It's fun. And I appreciate that we got some exciting new content in this update. What railroad are you on? The Union Pacific? No, we're just sort of on our own railroad. Doesn't have a name yet. I mean, I could go with the TTRK name, but I've sort of mildly abandoned that nowadays. Because I don't know what railroad name I really want. I'm still indecisive. I need to figure it out. Alright, let's roll. Let's go. I hate how OP the Lima is, but man, that whistle though. I know, right? Like, I'm not a huge fan of seeing bigger, better engines than before, but, like, I do love the way this engine looks. I do love its whistle. It's so sweet. So clean. And hey, I just don't have to run it, you know? I don't have to... that's a tree in the tracks. Please tell me we're not going to derail because of it. God damn it. Well, hey, channel members, you got your piss cup emotes ready? How did I miss that tree? How the heck? Give me a 6444460 any day. Ah, yes, the classic narrow gauge engine. The what is that? 7 pairs of driving wheels engine on the 3-foot gauge. That might just be the most overkill crash I've ever seen. I know, right? It was just a single tiny tree. The train would have ran over it and decimated that thing, man. Why do we get launched into the other side of the moon? Speaking of names, the one I've got are the Pine Valley in Northern in the Pine Valley map, and the Lake Valley and Granite Central in the Lake Valley map. I've got the Skyline Valley, I've got the Central Atlantic and Union, Ashland Pacific, Willamette and Port Carney, though that's not one I did in game, that's one I've done outside of the game. And we've got Tacoma, Tahoe, what was it? Reno and Kyle-Deer. That was the name of the railroad on this originally. I just haven't committed to it yet, I guess. Just use a bird's train builder calculator. One Lima 280 can pull 10 large tankers of crude oil up at 2% grade. Maybe 11 tankers. Are you sure it's only 10? Because I'm pretty certain that's a low-end estimate. Because I'm pretty certain I've got a Tweetsy up at 2% with around, I want to say... how many would it have been? I've definitely got a Tweetsy up at 2% with like 15 before. So are you sure that number's correct? Sounds a little small to me, honestly. Give me the 4444 double fairly climax that I made in Photoshop. Now give me the 13 truck Shay. God, could you imagine that behemoth? The engine would be longer than the logging trains at Halls, though. It'd be insanity in the best way possible. Alright, let's try that again, shall we? Are there Western 1800 steam trains in this game? Yes, there are. I'm just running a more modern... I'm running the most modern steam locomotive right now, because it's the latest one. It's the newest one that they added to the game. Well, there's a couple of good 1800s engines out there. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I wouldn't mind one of the bigger Shays. Hey, if we get power but we don't get speed alongside it, I'm not complaining. If we get a slow and steady engine, I would love to see a bigger Shay. Give us a Willamette, man. Give us one of those 33 engines that only really existed on the standard gauge. What about a Sphinx engine? I don't know what a Sphinx engine is. Never heard of those things before. A bird's calculator doesn't take momentum into account. Excluding momentum, I was able to get a Tweetsy with 15 cars up at 2%. Like, it was a very long 2% grade, and they basically had no room to, oh, for heaven's sake, this little tiny blip at the building got in the way. But no, the grade was very long. The momentum, it had slowed down quite substantially. And with a Ruby Basin and a Tweetsy, we got 30 cars of fully loaded oil up a 2% grade. So, like 10 cars only is definitely a low end estimate for these engines, which are stronger than the Tweetsy. So, I don't. Their calculator must be off. Where was that comment I saw it a second ago? You were having a bad day. Yes, I am doing kind of poorly with my track record. It's not going so well. But, hey, it's the first run of the railroad. It's okay. It's fine. Could be worse. Get that on hand link and pin. Let's go ahead and put a handbrake on this too. Let's go fix that track issue before we do anything else though. What is the build model of the Lima locomotive? I don't remember. Somebody commented it recently. Hold on. Let me go into YouTube Studio and look for that comment really quickly. It is an actual engine. The model is Thunder Lake Lumber Company number 9. Quick shoutouts to Rocky Top Gaming 6820 for posting that comment. Should show us your setup, like my streamer setup or my game, like how I've actually set up the map right now and how the tracks are laid. The Lima 280 reminds me so much of the Derail Valley 280. Oh, don't worry, me too, man. 100% reminds me of the Derail Valley 282. It's got such a similar vibe and appearance to it, but I like that. Makes for a very nice looking steam locomotive, you know? Very good. Gaming, maybe I'll do that another time, but I'm not going to do it on a stream because it would require me messing with my camera setups, and I don't really want to worry about that right now. I could do a room tour as a small little fun bonus video. Maybe that'll be a channel member bonus. Quick, easy content to just to make me, just to give them some more fun, exclusive stuff. This place take in the western part of the USA in the 1900s? No, it just sort of takes place in whatever, wherever. I do believe that it's sort of western, but there's no actual specific zone. Just a bunch of cool trains from the 3-foot narrow gauge and a map that has place for you to build tracks. No, please make it public. Well, the thing is, Viper, it's sort of a video that doesn't really apply to most of my channel, like most of the people on this channel. People are here for trains, people are here for model rareting videos, not necessarily for seeing the gamer setup that I have. And so because of this, when I do a weird video like that, I prefer to post it to channel members only, because they're the kind of people who would actually watch something like that, you know? And it doesn't... Also, they're the people that understand it's more like a one-off video rather than, hey, this is what everything's gonna be about now, you know? I prefer to do train stuff. So... Alright. Is that all the tree? I don't think that's all the trees. Let's go double check real quick. Thank God I checked that, though, because could you imagine if I ran head first into that? Oh, gosh. That would be a nightmare. It's not your typical Wild West setting, as it's narrow gauge, and most of the Wild West was more standard gauge than anything. That is very true, but... It's still sort of like generically Western, you know? Sort of like maybe California, Nevada region. So... What steam train do you think has a cool whistle? I don't know. It's not really I don't really think about whistles too often, unless the whistles hurt my ears. And of course, in that case, I don't really think of them positively. They're hurting my ears, but it's not really something I think about often. I do like the whistle on this one, though. It's pretty good. A nice, dull roar. Over the open plains. Really enjoy the new whistle in the game? Yes, I do love this whistle too. It is glorious. I think the original idea was heavily based off the Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico narrow gauge networks. That would make sense. That would make sense. That is where 3-foot gauge was most prominent, after all. As long as we're clear of the switch back there, can go ahead, unpin that, unpin this, handbrake on, handbrake on, handbrake on. Have you heard of Casey Jones? Everybody... Who hasn't heard of Casey Jones? Like, that's the classic railroad folklore. I know many people who don't train very much, but still know Casey Jones, you know? I know friends who think I'm a weirdo and for my obsessions, and they still know about him. I left the station with 4 cars. Just noticed I have 3. Not sure where the other is. Walk of shame time. Haven't heard of Casey Jones. It's a very classic story. Totally recommend that you check it out sometime. Very short, very simple. sort of immortalized through song and tale and folklore. I'm back. I had to schedule some work on my car, and then drool at a car I would never be able to afford. I'd post the price, but I'm waiting for Clyde and Flywheel to guess. I don't think Clyde or Fly is current. I mean, I might be wrong. They might be lurking, but I don't think Clyde or Fly is here. Maybe Fly's lurking. That's a high possibility. Will this map be a public map? You can already download it, actually. It doesn't have the industries and it doesn't have the tracks on it. It does have like a small logging route, but that's about it. But there's already a public version available. How's the new map and other updates going out on the road? Not been able to check them out yet. That's pretty good. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, especially because it originally, like, the new map didn't even have any industries placed on it, and it was basically just, hey, do it yourself. But the update's been pretty fun. Been pretty cool. It's been really nice having passenger cars to play with. I've been loving the update so far. It's actually kind of reinvigorated my interest in the game. Not to say I completely lost interest, but I could definitely feel it dwindling, you know? Donk. Trying on my world to build ultra-realistic yards, but God, is it tough? Yeah... Especially because this game really doesn't lend itself well to long trains, you know? So, the yards I've done, I've just gone for smaller ones and simpler designs, because you don't need the most complex thing, generally. Will we be able to play with you on this save? You can on Sundays as a Tier 3 channel member or a Tier 2 Ko-Fi subscriber. Ko-Fi is a cheaper subscription. Give me shorter switches, I know, righty on. Though I do think these switches, like, people say they're high speed, but from what I've seen, they do seem to be about realistic lengths. Maybe a little bit on the big side, but not massive, you know? Okay. Marker lights, Lincoln pin, handbrake on, polar forwards... Pity these tracks aren't set to spawn in a little better in third person. I know, right? It's so annoying looking off in the distance and, like, there's a track not that far from you and yet you can't see the ties whatsoever. What map can we play with you for free? None. I don't really play with people for free anymore. I used to, but, like, things got so chaotic and everybody was just constantly trying to be like me, and I'm like, I like hanging out with people, but I don't like being the center of attention all the time, and it got too stressful. So, I haven't done that in a while. And I'm probably not going to do it again anytime soon. You playing on the pre-placed industries map? No, this is my own map. It's designed for higher amounts of players. It's got a total of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 industries to serve. We're just getting started. We're finally running our first load of beams and lumber. Or we will be when we actually get to the sawmill. Hey, Darknut, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Give me Y switches. Yes, please. Give us something other than the... Even if it's a stub and a switch, please just give us something other than the three-way. Can I see your freight depot? Maybe. Maybe we'll get around to that later in the stream. For now, though, we're really going to focus on getting this lumber and beams out from the, out to the iron mines. Speaking of which, guys, which iron mine do you want to see? There are two routes that we have. One of them is the mountain route, which is fairly smooth grades, but has a very interesting route that it takes. And the other is the plains route, which has much steeper grades, hilariously. It has 5%, but I think that it's a little less visually interesting overall. So which do you guys want to see? Which mine should we serve today when we get around to doing that? Find it funny that the industries still have the names from Pine Valley. I know, right? It is really funny to see them. Like, yes, Pine Valley Smelter Company. And you place like 5 of them. More interesting route, mountain route. How strong are the brakes on this engine? I haven't actually tested them yet. This is my first time doing an actual run with this train. Also, before I forget, let me go ahead, throw that switch. And let's catch up to our train real quick. I'm back. I had to go fix the fence. What did I miss? Oh, you missed like 7 derailments. Don't worry, Johnny. You know why the first map is named Pine Valley, right? That's a location from American Railroads, the game they worked on before Railroads on the Line. I think I vaguely knew about that. It's been a while since somebody brought up that fun fact, though, so thank you for reminding me. Because I kind of did forget. tried playing American Railroads, it didn't work at all. I've got it working, but I didn't figure out how to play and I gave up. Like, Railroads Online is just so much more intuitive between the two games, I'm gonna be real. There's some cool stuff from that game, like the maintenance away cars or whatever, you know, but... Fun fact, the British Rail 9F could almost go 100 miles an hour. Wasn't that like a 210-0 that was designed for freight service? 100 miles an hour? It's kind of impressive, honestly. Is train a freighter or a shunter? A bit of both. On my railroads, I typically do road switching. I just find it to be more fun, you know? Freight, yes, but it was used for passenger and mail too. Okay, I didn't know that part. I thought it was it was mostly freight, primarily, you know? Guess I was wrong. Saw that the smelter has the name the Summit River when it's closer to the Pine Valley Iron Mine. I know, right? I mean, it is close to the river that the coal mine is by, but it is a little strange. I will give it that. I have the oil depot on the large island in the lake. That's an interesting one. I've seen a lot of people putting their sawmills on that island in the middle of the lake, which seems a little bit crazy if you ask me, but it is kind of cool. It's pretty nifty. But I haven't heard of somebody putting an oil well or like a refinery out there. That's a new take. While looking at my school gym, I noticed that it wasn't just the long, wise beams that are severely cracked and broken, it's every single one in the gym. TK, no. Don't go in there, it's gonna collapse any moment now. Put the passengers on the flat cars, tell them to hold the steak with one hand and the mail with the other. Sorted! Solved! Hold on to your buttocks, cause it's gonna be a bumpy ride. BR removed them on passenger service due to worries of the 9F being damaged after running at high speed. So you have the new Lima 280? Of course I do. We gotta play with the new engine at least once. Just like early commercial flight, the mail was worth more than the people. Exactly, 100%. It's why I've tried to go for a combination baggage coach on the model railroad we're working on, because I figure it's good to have some representation of mail traffic, you know? Because those contracts made the big cash. Look at my past comment. If I haven't read your comment, either I'm going to read it in a moment, or I've already read it and I'm going to address something else instead. Please don't be too needy about me checking your comment. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, what real arrangement would you like to see next in Railroads Online? I would love to see a 2-4-2. I think it would be beautiful to see, like, the Hawaiian Railroad number 5 or the Magma Arizona number 4. Those engines are so pretty. And I love them. They're like the perfect caricature of a locomotive. Hey, Bear, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, that would be amazing. A step up from the Porters, I'd assume. Actually, the Magma Arizona number 4, it was on the old tech tree, and they listed it as almost as powerful as, like, the Class 48. Like, stronger than the Mosca, you know? It was a very, very powerful locomotive for how small it was. But yeah, sort of like a bigger Porter in a way. Not only is the roof severely damaged, but also some of the students in my weights class have been trying to play basketball with the 10-pound medicine balls from the top of the bleachers. Average school moment. If Bup was still here, he could attest that we did things like that even though we didn't have a gym. Freight and mail paid the expenses of the railroad. Passengers were used to earn some money, but more like as a PR tool and to maybe eventually sign a contract with a new freight client. Exactly. It's basically how most railroads handled it. Also, I need to turn that to random, 420, turn on the daytime cycle. I forgot about that. Love your content. I used to watch Con and Heist, but they stopped not pointing. Why did I say pointing? Stop posting Railroads Online content. I do wonder why. Well, okay, I don't wonder for Heist. It's kind of obvious, but I do wonder why for Con. It's just fun watching his stuff. 420. No matter what era you're from, everybody can appreciate the good old meme of 420. Wouldn't blame Khan if that playthrough made him want to stop playing the game. Yeah. Can't say I blame him either. I will say this. Hey, Khan, if you're watching, I actually can be good and not swear when I'm in a simpler environment where I'm just playing with one person and recording. Pirate, we're not going to call that the Better Railroads Online, and we're not going to talk about that game at all. Alright? We have had enough toxicity surrounding that game. Don't mention it. They bring knuckle couplers to Railroads Online. I'll play it more. Don't get your hopes up. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Lincoln pins do work just fine, and knuckles, I don't know. They will add something cool, but at the same time, they're not so much a necessity, you know. Hello, sheep. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Another thing that has me mildly concerned in my school is that I have an a-hole doppelganger. I'm afraid he'll do something that'll wind up getting me in trouble. Fun. You mean doppelganger as in, like, they act like you, or they look like you, or they are like both? Are there faster trains in this game? No, we're actually running the fastest locomotive in this game. Her top speed is 30 miles an hour. It's kind of absurdly fast, all things considered. Doppelganger, as in he's nearly identical to me, but completely opposite personality-wise. Got your clone, your evil twin. This is the start of their villain arc in your your life. In the TV show, The Truman Show. Have you found any of my silly signs? I left at a couple of switches. Yes, I've deleted all of them that I've found. Because I didn't really give you guys permission to go around doing that sort of stuff, and I really am a purist when it comes down to how my railroad looks. Swanage Heritage Railway just let their T3240 go out for heavy haulage testing after 7 years out of service and extensive restoration. Nifty, nifty. This train is like a horse that is fat. You clearly aren't actually seeing how fast this train is going. Because if that's what if you're just gonna insult one of the fastest engines in the game to try and get me to run something faster, even though this is outright the fastest, you can, like, not, you know. Did you at least laugh a little? Not really. Like, the first time, I guess, but it was like a very quick chuckle and nothing more. Because it didn't really make much sense to me, but it was a good reference. I'll give it that. Finally able to join stream. How's it going, everyone? Oh, it's going pretty good, aside from, of course, the chaos with Durian this morning and her being a little gremlin and the most annoying cat ever. Welcome to the stream, Speed. Welcome to the stream. It's a duplication bug for delivering cargo right now. For example, you deliver one log to the sawmill pond and it gets 2. Interesting. Okay. Well, hey, that'll help kickstart this playthrough, you know? We gotta get this show on the road somehow. So long as you understood the reference, then also. The reference is glorious. I love that movie. It's been a while since I've seen it, though. I really gotta watch it again. It's good fun. It's a classic. It's like your income taxes. If a mistake is in your favor, keep quiet. Well, Johnny, the one problem is if a mistake is in your favor when you're actively trying to not have that mistake happen, it is kind of a problem. Because I don't like that industry doubling thing. because when you double your output, it just makes the game so trivial, and, well, not just trivial, but, like, specifically, I should get my words together, get my thoughts together. The problem is, when you play on easy difficulty, it already does that bug, basically. But the problem with easy difficulty, at least to me, is that it is so easy that you're basically only running oil trains. And oil trains, when you run like 7-car oil trains 15 times before you can run even one train of any other type, the game gets boring very fast. So, while it is kind of nice to cheat the system in a way, it's also kind of annoying. The game is finely balanced as is, so... For me, personally, I'd prefer to just stick to medium and not have to worry about that accidental cheat. Have to leave, goodbye. Alright, Viper, have a good one, man. Have a good one. Since when did they add Northern England as a weather option? My one problem with this all, with this weather in particular, is, for heaven's sake, why is it snowing in the desert? We are in the middle of a desert. Why is it snowing? What happened? Hello, I'm back again. Welcome back, Viper. Welcome back. Funny that we had one Viper leave and another return. I only use easy to fill the sawmill because otherwise it takes so many loads to fill. I still don't even use easy in that case because you fill it so fast that you don't get to appreciate the log runs in a way. Then again, I'm the kind of person who likes putting shays on a log run and saying, yeah, have fun, good luck, climb the 3%. Bug is regardless of industry difficulty. So what you're telling me is I need to reload my save and go to hard industry difficulty really quickly in order to maintain the medium difficulty. It's what I just saw at the iron mine. Yeah, that's probably what you were talking about earlier. Eon. Railroads Online crashed? Oh no. I haven't actually had it crash in a hot minute now. Been like probably a month since I've actually had to wait. No, right, we had a crash 2 streams ago, didn't we? I forgot about that. We were playing on the Central Atlantic and Union and all of a sudden it just decided to pop and die. If you think snow in the desert doesn't make sense, just know it snowed on Uluru, the big rock in the center of Australia, roughly a decade ago. I mean, I know it can snow in the desert, after all Antarctica exists. And that's technically a desert. It's just not really what you'd commonly see, you know, and it feels weird that the standard weathered cycle for this game has that happen, you know? I have discovered that passenger cars don't like going downhill. Having fun doing 52 car cleanup over there. Mateo, welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome to the stream. I wish we got shorter passenger cars. Were there shorter passenger cars? I mean, I know there probably were, but like... I feel like the passenger car we already got is a good size, you know? It could be nice to have one that was maybe a little shorter. What I really want is a baggage car, honestly, but... 2-axle ones, maybe? You know, those might have existed, but those were like very early narrow gauge. You know what? I'm looking that up. I'm gonna Google that real quick. Wheel 3-foot gauge American passenger car. No, that's the Sierra Railway. That's standard gauge. I'm not finding anything. Weird. If you Google Denver South Park and Pacific coach number 57, you'll get a good idea of what the next passenger car we're getting is. Wait, but isn't this coach number 57 already? I thought this was coach 57, Overland. Yeah, coach number 57. That's what we already got, though. In fairness, I've made a really tight route that I was taking the coaches down. You know, that's fair, that's fair. I might have derailed on the curves from overspeeding, because I know I've had that happen a few times. Passenger cars are a little prone to that. It is, but a second diagram comes up when you search it. A combine. Okay. Hold on, let's quickly Google that. Coach 57. Diagrams. Oh, so it does. Interesting. Oh, it's that one coach that has, or the combine where it has that little platform on the passenger end, but it doesn't on the baggage door end. Right, I've seen this car before. That little silly thing. Shortest ones were the 2-axle ones that the DNRG, for the DNRG, they were pulled by the oh yeah, that's true, Montezuma, early days. That makes sense, that makes sense. How long have you been playing for? 1,500 hours. We had this, I think we mentioned that earlier. Railroads Online is my, like, 5th most played game ever. Am I a masochist for having the Eureka as my favorite just for its looks? Honestly, no. I like the Eureka for its looks, and it's not a bad engine. It's just that there are better options, you know? in the context of what other engines there are just objectively better options. Not subjectively. I love the way that engine looks. The Eureka is very pretty, but aren't they gonna like update it eventually? I know that this rumor has been floating around for a very long time, and I don't know how true it is, but if I recall correctly, they have been working on for a couple of months updating it, sort of off and on, and there's like a demo in the game files, an engine that can go 27 miles an hour. So, save the game, now you've jinxed the crash. Oh, you're totally right. You're 100% correct. I gotta get this train assembled and save the game just for safety's sake. We'll name this ABCD. Rat. ABCD rat. There we go. The Lionel 700E in passenger set I'm looking at has dropped in price from $25,000 to $20,000. It's still outside my budget by $19,500. What a steal! You're right. It's a bargain, guys. Cheapest train set you're ever gonna see. Okay, handbrake off. Handbrake off. Pull her forward, pick up the caboose, and then we can hit the road. We can attempt to go down the 3% grade and hope we don't bin it on the way down. My main lane on this map has multiple sections where I used helixes and 6% grades. I haven't gone to that level of crazy yet. I've stuck to 3% as much as I can. I do have some 5% on the coal mine route, or iron mine route. Which, hey, maybe actually I should show off both of the iron mine routes. I should take one train to one destination and another to the other. That could be fun. That way you guys get to see the horrible 5% hills I've had to... Alright. Back her up, back her up. Did you see the rock on the tree screenshot? I don't think I have, no. My current steepest on Lake Valley is 3%, but I want to redo it to a 4 or a 5. My steepest is currently 5, but 3 average. It's kind of fun, honestly, building with a steeper gradient. Can't lie, it's actually really entertaining. Just trying to challenge yourself. I feel sneezing coming. Ow! That hurt my back for some reason. Ow! I don't remember what I was talking about. Ah, that hurt. I need to get better posture. Jesus. Better be going now. See you. Alright, King. Have a good one. See you around, man. This may sound weird, but you have an adorable sneeze. Look, it wouldn't be the first time that somebody has commented on the noises that my body makes, and... Okay, saying it that way sounds weird. I was talking about my voice and how people like my vocal cords. Friendly sneeze from a friendly boy. You know, true, true. How does a sneeze sound friendly, though? That's the real question here. Like, how do you get emotion captured in the feeling of a sneeze? What kind of art form is this? Is this a lost art form from some Asian country? Happy to say my chest cold I've had for over 2 weeks is finally starting to leave. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. That's gotta be no fun to have had for so long. I know we're kind of against the new engine here, but my tracks... Mateo, we're not just against the new engine. Conversation on it is banned. Please don't mention it. Thank you. We've had enough problems with discussions about that engine in recent times that just don't bring it up. It's like a good voice actor. You can feel the smile sneeze. Logging camp route is a 5% grade. I'm going to use the Heisler for it. Sounds fun. I might do the same, honestly. Because we have a 3% on the logging camp route currently, but I might try and up it to a 5%. Why is the map not opening? Like, the logging camp here to the sawmill. I feel like it could be really fun to do a 5% there and have a Heisler a climax. I think that'd be good. Never heard people say that a sneeze sounded aggressive? Your sneeze is the opposite of that. I don't hear people say sneezes sound aggressive very often. I have heard it before, but... why is there a floating rock? What the heck happened there? The art form of sneezing got oversaturated with boo-woo and dad explosive sneezes. I'm back for the third time. Welcome back, Viper. Welcome back. My sneezes can't be completed indoors. They will blow the roof off. That sounds like something you'd see in Looney Tunes, where they like put pepper in somebody's nose and tickle their nose a lot, and all of a sudden just a very loud sneeze and suddenly the roof of the house is in space. Hi folks, how's everyone's Friday going? It's going well, Tristan. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Currently running our first lumber run and stuff. We're gonna transfer this train over to the iron mine routes pretty soon. The chat is really just going in with a sneeze talk. Yeah, apparently, I can do ASMR, apparently. I've got the best voice, I've got the best sneezes. There's a few floating rocks around the Lake Valley map. I've noticed them. I've seen a couple. There was a couple on a tree back here somewhere. I don't remember where exactly, but... It is a little weird seeing them, but not the worst, because you can just cut them down, so... I purposely put the track close to the ground, so my logging camp yard is not completely flat. Did this because I think it looks cool. Same, honestly. I like trying to keep my tracks as close to the ground. Even if it does mean that there's like a 1% or a 0.5% grade in the yard, I don't care. It looks cool. It looks better. Just had an interesting idea. Since you have to place down your industries, in theory, you could make a small switching layout with all the industries nearby to each other or around a town. Honestly, could you imagine having two porters and people, like, two maps that are identical, two teams playing with, like, 3 porters, maybe, 3 to 4, and they're trying to deliver oil barrels to the freight depot as fast as they physically can? That would be so much fun. Railroads Online Esports. Hey, I do need to do that eventually. I actually do have a puzzle map challenge thing that I think would be really fun to do with channel members and whatnot, and post as a cool video. Swamp is the best new biome. Personally, I like the desert better. Swamp's cool and all, but the desert just has a little more personality to it, you know? The swamp is just a little too small for my liking. Time trials sounds like a neat idea. I know, right? It would be so good. I think the only rule you'd have to put in place is that you cannot place down, like, the only thing you're allowed to place down is, like, water towers and telegraph offices, and that's it. Alright, Norvi. Bring her to a halt. A race to build, run, and then whoever gets oil barrels to the depot first wins. Exactly, exactly. But it would be a small map, and there's no rules about, like, what engines you can buy, no rules about who gets XP and whatnot. I'd make the oil field impossible without 2% minimum, theoretically. I think, honestly, just having everything flat, the logistics of trying to design a rail network, like a yard, a very complicated yard, would be more interesting to watch than people trying to build a hill, but maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Because the real difficulty of all this isn't going to be trying to connect the industries, because they're going to be so close together, so... Currently waiting for the crates to load in the ironworks. Alright, I'll see you in 10 minutes, Starknut. God, the crates take forever to load. The ex-conductor in me just tensed up so hard I nearly got a Charlie horse from that switch throw. You're welcome. I'll just give real railroaders panic attacks, don't worry. Alright, chat, question. For the iron mine runs, what would you prefer to see? A cook consolidation or a ruby basin? Now, I will use both of them, so don't worry if you vote for one and it doesn't get chosen. But, which would you prefer to see first? And do you want to see a mixed freight or a standard freight first? Because we've got a passenger car we can slap on the back, but we've also got a way car, so... There's a lot of mixture of Cook and Ruby here. Wow. Holy cow. People, for once we actually have a vote where a lot of people are chiming in. Alright, let's count this. 1 null, negative null, 1 null, 1 null, negative 2, negative 3, 2, 1, 0. Wow, it's actually just tied for whether you guys want Ruby or Cook. And for mixed, it seems people want mixed, so... That made the chat come alive. I know, right? Everybody, just suddenly all the messages. I'm about to take the Monty up a 5% with one steak car. I'll let you know how it goes. Good luck, man, because you probably are going to stall out, honestly. The Montezuma is not a very powerful engine. Alright, once I get these cars sorted, I will read chat again and I will count up and tally the votes for whether it should be Ruby or it should be Cook. Actually, you know what? Better yet, I've got a better idea. Yes, please. Hello. Create. There. You can go ahead and vote via the simple straw poll link, just so we can get we can actually have a quantifiable thing, you know. Oh my god. I'm seeing the votes live as it just updates, and wow, it's... Beautiful. Mwah. It's pretty neck and neck so far, though. The Cook is currently on top, but the Ruby is holding its ground. Oh man, it's tied. It's straight up just tied right now. What year was this train made? 1907. Just don't listen to us and all and go run a climax or something. That's right, we're gonna go 12 miles an hour. We'll never derail, we'll never stall. We'll just... We'll be slow, but hey, tortoise in the hair, baby, tortoise in the hair. It's just the winning strategy. I'd rather see the unusual 280T that's full of mystery over the cooked Connie, but whatever the poll says goes. Yes, but also we'll do the other engine too, don't worry. This is just whichever one we want to use first. Hello, Colorado. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So I think because we're going to be heading into the desert, I'm actually going to set the weather to clear skies. It'll take a moment to update, that's okay, but that way we actually get to, like, feel like we're in a desert, you know? When do you think the game... When you think the... Yeah, sorry, words, bleh. When do you think the game takes place? Because the newest loco is from 1907, but the sugarcane tanker is from 1930. I think the game takes place whenever you feel like it. Because the reality is, this game is kind of like a space for you to just experiment and do the thing you want to do. And so there's no real set time period. Might want to be careful when buffering up to cars, only the A-frame Shay can do that safely? You mean the tiny cars? The little, the goobers? The four-wheels? Because, yeah, those things have derailed so much on this route already. I'm totally expecting we're gonna bin it while running this route. At least that sandstorm won't slow down the hill climbing engine doing its best. You know, very true. What industry are you hoping to see in the future? A new mineral industry, a farm industry? I'm hoping... I really hope we get some, like, a new industry change. Something where, like, it's more farming related, maybe. I also hope that we get, like, a copper mine eventually. I did actually mention this to I mentioned this to Captain Choo Choo once. And it's not on the roadmap, but he did say that it might be now that I mentioned it. Alright, boys. We're parking Norvey on the middle of the Y. Now then, it is time for us to see what you all voted for. Do you guys want to go for the left door or the right door? The results are the Ruby Basin first. So, let's pull her out. Let's take her out for a spin. Now then, new question, chat. Do we want to start the run facing forwards or backwards? Which would you prefer? Because there's no turntables on the other end of the line. So we cannot turn around the engine. So what do you want to see first? A use for boxcars other than tools would be nice. I know, right? I wish. Basin seems to have won by a single vote. Yes, it did. Came out on top by the skin of its teeth. Backwards. It seems people want backwards. Alright, we'll do backwards first. We'll do backwards first. Also, I do know that the lime green paint scheme is a little bit unpopular, but it feels perfect for this sort of desert railroad, you know? Especially for one that's on the, like, these hillsides. I actually really like this look on this specific run. I don't like it typically. I'm not a huge fan of it generally, but here it fits. I think I'm going to give that switching layout idea a try. Might even make a video about it. Don't worry, I actually have a track layout built up for the switching layout already. I just need to get around to recording a video and having people compete against one another. Didn't you read the patch notes? It's the new lime Duino. I'm sorry, I had to add in that little scream. But Tish. I feel the red would be better, maybe, but also it's kind of outlandish and fun just to see people complain about this for like 2 seconds. I do think the red is better suited. It's a much tamer paint job between the two, but you gotta step out already before you start running the Ruby. Oof. Alright, have a good one, Mew. See you around. And hey, you can always watch the VOD, and you can always see it in action. And I'm sure I'll post screenshots of her climbing the mountain to the Discord, or actually just to YouTube in general. I'm sure, sorry, I should clarify that a bit better. I'm sure we'll have a YouTube post with some screenshots of that locomotive and us running up the hill. Could you place the trunk water towers on top of each other since they're so big? Probably. I mean, the base is slightly smaller than the top, so I figure you could probably get away with that. I'm enjoying the deserty map. I love this deserty segment of it, man. It's so good. Also, welcome, Pocky. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Could have really trolled chat and done Paint 6 on the Cook Mogul. Oh, don't worry. If one of the tier 2 subscribers that's going to be playing on this world wants that engine, I'm going to buy it. I am not binding myself to trying to make the trains look good. I'm binding it to what my members want to see. Take it you heard the Flying Scotsman had a whoopsie. Driver backed it up too hard to the coaches, injuring 5 and damaging the tender buffers and damaging the observer's first coach. Yes, I did. I've seen the video. honestly, I'm glad that like only 5 people were injured, because that was a rough hit, dude. What liveries do you want to see on engines? If anything, I want to see Snickerdoodle's paint job on this engine. That's what I'd want to see. I know it's a little bit fantastical, but it'd be a lot of fun. If you had to add any engine you want, what would it be? It would have to be either Magma Arizona Numero 4 or Hawaii Railroad number 5. I love myself a good old 242. Gonna go to the bank after today's stream, put all my money into a bank account, and become a member for the sole purpose of making sure there's a Christmas cook in this world. Just to make sure that everybody can have all their eyes bleed from all the garish trains. How are you liking the update? I have not stopped playing since the update. I love it. I'm loving it too, man. It's been a blast. I haven't played it non-stop. I've got other things I've been doing, but it has been so much fun. Exploring the new map, trying to design and build your own industry layout and track map. And I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. And the new map, the industries they put on the new map, on the hot fixes, are kind of bad, honestly. But hey, it's been a lot of fun. And it's been a very vibrant and new way to play the game. So let's go ahead and link the pin. Kind of want to see East Broadtop liveries on the Mosca and Class 48. You know, those are two engines that are kind of in desperate need of new paint jobs, aren't they? Class 48, honestly, the Class 48 with what some of those paint jobs from the East Broadtop, those are so beautiful, like with the green and like the yellow stripes on it. Loaded up a new Lake Valley safe to see the placements, and the only one I like is the Freight Depot. Let me look at it again. I want to see what the placements are, because there was some... I think it's actually not too bad, all things considered. But like... Sawmill's really cool. The logging camp being on the similar level to the sawmill ain't bad. I hate the coal mine placement. I hate the smelter placement. Those things need to be fixed. I do feel like there needs to be a little more height variation to keep things interesting. Like, why is the refinery so... the refinery's actually a little higher than I give it credit, isn't it? But it's not a terrible map, but it does have its notable flaws on the default. It just... no. A steel Pegasus on this map should be interesting. You know, that is very true. Gosh, can you imagine trying to... It'll make for some really beautiful trains, though. It'll be very challenging, but in a fun way. Have you seen Mount John Moore? Yes, I have. Unfortunately, people told me to go and look at it and were like, you need to do this now, go look. And I kind of... It's not as funny as it could have been if people just didn't tell me and let me find it on my own, but it's pretty funny. Very cute little Easter egg. Really like the Class 48, but I wouldn't mind a popping paint job. I honestly kind of hate the Class 48 because its brakes are so bad. Like, it's a beautiful little locomotive, and it's really great for as like a yard switcher of some kind, but aside from that, jeez Louise, dude. It's a mess. It is pain. Alright, let's back it up. Be really neat if when painting a loco we could choose the wheel color, cab color, boiler, etc. But that might be asking for a bit. I think that would be really hard to do. It would be really cool though. And I do think that it could be possible, but I don't think it would be the easiest thing to manage, you know? Okay, that's the Lincoln pin is in there. Any opinions on the Mosca? I didn't like it at first myself due to it being a 280 with a really low tractive effort, but considering it's the first and was built in 1873, I could forgive it. I like the Mosca. It's a really nice little locomotive. Very pretty. I do wish it had more paint jobs, but it's a rather nice little locomotive, and I kind of like it better than the other early game options to some degrees. Like, I do like the Glenbrook a lot, but, like, the Glenbrook's brakes kind of suck, all things considered. The Moscas are surprisingly good for it not having air brakes. So, I like it. It's a nice little locomotive. Does feel a little weird to have a big 280 that's not that powerful, but oh well, just how the world worked. Eight cars for a train, right? On this map, I'm actually not following the 8 cars per train rule. There will be rules about how long the trains can be, but it's not going to be 8 cars everywhere. Here it's actually gonna be a little bit jank because train length is not determined by the number of cars, but determined by how long the actual train is, you know? So, for the other engine we're using, that one in the background there, that one can handle 15 cars. This route is more like 8, including your caboose. So, for Steel Pegasus, yes. For Steel Pegasus, it's 8 cars, 100%. Need to run to an appointment, going to drop into Lurk. Alrighty, on, have a good appointment. If there's even any way to have a good appointment. I don't know, maybe you're getting fired from a job for all I know. But have a good time. Have the best time that you can have. How would you pay for passenger services in Railroads Online? Cheats. I just use Railroads Online Extended. There's a cheat tool in there that basically says, hey, give this player this much extra money. And that's why I only use the Class 48 on the switching at the smelter in Pine Valley. Honestly, completely understandable. You hear about the bug fix patch hear about that the bug fix patch brought back the bug that industries fill up too easy despite what setting you put the game on? Yes. I have heard about that. We're going to be experiencing it in a second here, unfortunately. But speaking of experience, hey everybody. It's time to run the fun train. We got ourselves a simple little mixed freight, and we're gonna haul her all the way over. You can actually see the iron mine from here. It's really hard to notice, but it's up right here. That's where we're headed, boys. So let's roll. Also, didn't they change the whistle for this engine so it's worse? Yeah, right, I forgot about how horrible the whistle now sounds. I meant how much would you have the pay be? Typically, I say... with the way cars, I said $10 a car. But now that we don't have way cars... oh god, hold on. Well... That's the first derailment on this run. It's not gonna be our last, I know that much. Well, here's hoping we don't run into the back of our train at 70 miles an hour. I would say $20 per passenger car. Plus, what was it? Plus a ×2 bonus as long as you have one box car or one stock car in your train somewhere. That's how I calculate my money. Bonk. Heard water consumption seemed faster in the new build. Have you noticed that? I haven't really used water too much yet. I haven't ran many trains, but I guess now that you mention it, the 280 we were using a moment ago, the Lima engine, that one did run out of water pretty quickly, you're right. Can I have a Railroads Online extended map of this? No. We don't do Railroads Online extended maps anymore. We had our troubles with people. It wasn't that... I don't know what was happening, but we noticed that when I had the extended map turned on, for some reason the air compressor on one of my locomotives just kept getting turned off, and it was only on my locomotives. For whatever reason. And so we've stopped doing it because we just had too much trouble. I sometimes give them out to channel subscriber, or not channel subscriber, Ko-Fi subscribers and channel members though, but not very often. Was someone turning it off? I don't know. We handed out the public link, not the private one, though, you know? Where, like, you shouldn't have been able to modify anything, right? But for some reason, the air compressor kept turning off, and switches were starting to get thrown under people that weren't supposed to be throwable. So, we're just not bothering with that right now. Don't mind me taking screenshots here. I just really like the route. It's a very pretty route. Running up along the high-end desert walls. Slowly climbing with a tank engine. The sun on the horizon. Very picturesque. What would you like to see come next in Railroads Online? I don't know. That's not really something I think about too much. I just have fun playing, and if I think of something, I think of something. If there's anything I can think of off the top of my head, it's, I guess, move orders and the ability to talk to players in-game, like have an in-game chat. I think that'd be fun. It's about all I can think of off the top of my head, though. Oh boy, that wobble. Some of those curves are extremely sketchy at pace and top speed. They're sketchy, but they work. It's like 50 miles an hour or something like that. Or not 50 miles an hour, sorry. 50-meter radius. I am dumb. Alright. Pulling into town. My favorite distance, 50 miles an hour, yes. My favorite too, exactly. You see, he gets it. Where are the itty-bitty hoppers? Train length limitations. I don't think we could reasonably fit them in up here on this train. Oh yeah, that's totally doubling the inputs. Oh boy. All right. Oh, we actually could have probably fit in the ore hoppers here. Another reason I don't do the ore hoppers, though, is it artificially inflates the amount of trips we have to do. It makes things more complicated in a fun way. A fun and a diverse way. Okay, break. Break. And this route really only serves the iron mines at this point, so giving it more work to do doesn't hurt. You need to make a double-ended Betsy. So what you're telling me is we need a cab forward Betsy with cabs at both ends? Think the next thing this game could benefit from would be a Steam Workshop. Either make the game better or would it kill it? I think it would kill the game balancing, and that could kill the game over time. Because you know that people are going to add in really big and overpowered engines and not really consider the consequences of said action on the game and how it affects how people play and the longevity of a game like this. And so if we got modding support, you get some really awesome stuff. And you'd also get engines that just make people, like, play the game in bad ways, and they think they're having fun, but soon enough they get bored with the game and blame it on the game rather than the fact that they're playing it in the worst way. Possible to get a couple EBT hoppers on the iron mine lines, especially since they only carry 8 instead of 10 iron. I really want to have them not fly. The reason I got the small hoppers is because it's specifically what I wanted for this, because it really fits a specific vibe. I don't think I'm going to get EBTs for this. Oh yeah, for sure. It wouldn't take long for somebody to shove a big boy in Rares Online. I mean, cool loco, but it's not a narrow gauge one by any means. Exactly, and people would be like, ah, yes, let me go ahead and mod in Thomas the Tank Engine. He's got 69,000 pounds of tractive effort. He can go at 420 miles an hour. Don't mind the fact that he'll derail on literally every curve, because I don't care. That's your problem. He requires no fuel, and if you do put fuel in him, he gets 700 million extra fuel, and like, dude, why? What does this do for the game balance? So, there is a blessing and a curse to community-created content, and I definitely know that well because of my previous experience working on railroads, where you had a lot of people who didn't know what they were doing and tried to make maps and passed them off as the best thing ever, and really they weren't. Those maps got popular just because they were good at advertising them, not because they were actually fun maps to play. And there were very, very few diamonds in the rough. Thomas the Tank Engine whistles a dragon shout from Skyrim just to really reverse the modding craziness. You blow the whistle and it just says Fushro Da in a Thomas the Tank Engine AI voice. Or better yet, get Mark Morrigan to say that, you know? He does some stuff in the community occasionally, doesn't he? He's around. Pay him to say Fushro Da so that you can put it into a mod for a random train game as the train whistle just to irritate people. Another problem of the Steam Workshop, though, is sort of compatibility. Like, I know a lot of people don't do multiplayer with strangers, but for the few people who try and join other people's sessions, you would need to make sure you had all the mods that they had, and that could be kind of troubling to do, you know? Troubling to keep up with, especially in, like, larger groups where you're swapping around from server to server constantly. Let's go ahead and link and pin. Brake on. I didn't want to go inside the train. I wanted to pin the stake flats real quick. And brake off. A skin builder would be great. Something that you could design your own, like, car decals. Yes, that would be cool. It's just that for game balancing purposes, I don't think giving people the tools to add in their own trains would be the smartest idea. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but... Oop, sorry about the bonk on the table. Opinion on the FNCC 51244T4, and you haven't seen that one. Let me look it up. FNCC 244. Well, actually, I don't need to look up 244. I can just do 51. Oh, what the heck? That thing is so chonky. Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh, that is an excellent little steam engine. I think a lot of people here can agree that the Eureka needs a new model, or at least a new paint job. Don't worry, they're working on that. It's slow and steady, but it is going to happen. They do have a version of the Eureka with a new model, with a new speed cap, and with new paint jobs, apparently. From what I've heard. I don't know for sure. Take that with a grain of salt. This is grapevine BS, or somebody's passed it on like a hot dog in a relay race that you don't want to know where it went for the last 2 miles. But, yeah. Sounds like they are working on it. Slowly, but surely. I have the mod compatibility issue with Baldur's Gate 3. My wife and I run with a dozen mods, and it makes it hard to play with anyone who doesn't have our exact mod setup. And that doesn't have workshop support. Exactly. I do think with workshop support, it would probably be easier to manage what mods you have, but it could also be a complete nightmare, I'm not entirely sure. Depends on how it's all implemented, really. Because I know, like, Deep Rock Galactic does it well. With Deep Rock Galactic, if you have a mod mismatch, it just asks you to download the correct mods, and then it'll make a new mod profile for you temporarily so that you can play with your friends. And if you got client-side mods, it doesn't matter. You can use those all you want. Find that Forney would match with the DSP and P coach nicely. Yeah, it would definitely fit in very well with this tiny little coach. Is it a 3-foot gauge, Forney? Like a hot dog in a relay race? Where the F did you pull that analogy out of? TK, I pulled it out of the place where the hot dog was staying for the last 2 hours of the relay race. Civ 6 does the same thing as DRG for mod mismatch. I wish that was more universal. I know, right? It really should be. Like, with these sorts of mod things, like, I do understand to some degree the player is deciding to add the mods, but at the same time, what... If it's not too hard to do, why can't the developers add in some way to make sure that the mods actually match correctly and that everything's going well? The F and CC40 was a 3-foot gauge one and used by the railroad for commuters. Oh, yes. If you wait, it was... No, those were the Mason bogies, weren't they? That, what's... Radio is talking about. I know this is... I feel like I vaguely remember Florence and Cripple Creek now that you mentioned the name, though, and actually, like, talk about commuter service and whatnot. I think I've heard that name a couple of times on the channel. Wrong radio, radioactive. I'm thinking of radioisotopics. I guess we have multiple radios in chat today. You were right, didn't even make it a fifth of the way up. Yeah, the Montezuma is really bad with hills. That tender adds a lot of weight. Just setting up my Iron Mine loop when I hear my name. Don't worry, we're all stalking you, we're all judging you on your Iron Mine route and how well you make it. Alright, break off. Full reg. Cross the open prairie. I can imagine with workshop support we would also get engines from other video games, like the locomotives from Red Dead Redemption 2, the Razor Train from Half-Life, and that yellow, excuse me, thing from Choo Choo Charles. Could you imagine the Razor Trains from Half-Life in this game? They'd be so tall, dude. Like, you look at this engine, they'd be like 3 times as big, maybe 2 times. Someone would add Snowpiercer. Ah, yes, with the 12-foot broad gauge that they use in that movie, or whatever. Whatever that number was. I could totally see that. 100%. The FNCC was the first railroad to reach Cripple Creek when gold was discovered there in the 1890s, but the line closed after a flood washed out the right of way in 1914. A Connie and a 460 survive today. 10 rail. Sad a shame that Forney doesn't survive. That's a very cute little Forney. 1,001 cars would stretch across the entire map, and then some. You're totally right. I haven't watched that movie yet. Isn't there also, like, multiple variants of that movie? I really need to, though. I hear it's good. I'm just really bad at watching movies for whatever reason. I haven't watched Spider-Verse 2 yet, man. I only watched Spider-Verse this year, after Spider-Verse 2 came out. They made a show. It's not the best, but they tried. Sounds like most TV shows in this day and age, honestly. I just know about that one Korean movie, isn't it? I think. The 3-foot gauge day out with Thomas Dummy, complete with the sounds of a sledgehammer repeatedly hitting a dumpster. Train to Busan. That might be the one I'm thinking of. That might be the one I'm thinking of, Pocky. Train to Busan. Maybe it's not exactly Snowpiercer. Handbrake 1, handbrake 2. Wait, we've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes? Where's the time gone? It feels like it's been 2 hours tops. I know that running trains takes forever, but what happened? Huh? How has the stream been going on for so long? Snowpiercer's that one... That is the aftermath of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where the world is in a snowy apocalypse. Not accomplice. Apocalypse. You're not wrong, though. I love that theory where it's like these two movies are so similar, they've got to be in the same universe, right, guys? Hold on, 1 second. Let me go ahead. Actually, wait, no, I want to set to this track. I'll read chat in a moment. I want to try and get this passenger car into position, and then I can put away this locomotive. Okay, switch. Let's go ahead. Let's unpin that. The show story may be inconsistent, but the trains, there are multiple, look dope AF. Well, that might be a problem for me, because I really do like myself a good story. I am very much a writing nerd. I might have trouble with that. I think we're gonna kick this car into position just to make things a little bit faster. Train to Busan is a movie that broke me mentally for a good little while. Mostly because I had to watch it with subtitles, and Netflix subtitles are the most distracting thing ever. Isn't that like the zombie apocalypse movie? It broke you mentally, and it broke their mental state. Quite literally. And physically. Right, donk. That's a good kick. Alright, line it for the middle track. Don't know why the Switch didn't want to cooperate there for a moment, but let's go ahead and quickly try and sneak this thing into the engine sheds. Said it to more people than I can remember. If you want a show with lots of trains and an amazing plot, plus a great soundtrack to boot, and no plot armor for anyone, go to Galaxy Railways. Or better yet, TK, write your own. Can't have a bad plot if you're the one who made it. Also, hey chat, I know this always gets chat members riled up and gets us focused on the stream for a second. What would you prefer to see first? Do you want this locomotive, which is an actual, it's a tender engine, do you want her to run backwards or forwards first? Because we do run these engines tender first, because there's no turntables on the line, and so we kind of just have to. So, for the first leg of the run, which would you rather see? Just remember, if we are running her backwards, she's going to be oh wait, actually, I don't know which run she's going to be doing. Right. She's going to be taking hoppers. Do you want to have them loaded with her pulling them forwards or backwards? But that's on the second run. And so if you want backwards on the first one, that means she'll be running forwards on the second. Turn the tender around and upset everybody. Also, hello, Stuke. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Upside down. Can you search up Snowpiercer locomotives? I need to know which one you like the most. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Might as well get her parked first. Here's a handy dandy little chart that shows... Oh, it doesn't show them all side by side. It shows two of them side by side. I'm only seeing 2. I see a lot of concept arts, but I don't really see any more. Like the one with the windows at the top and sort of a snowplow nose. What engine is that, and why is the smokestack so goofy looking? It is the Cook Consolidation. And it's goofy looking because one of the Tier 2 channel members who usually joins in... Well, actually, they don't usually join in this stream, but they're a Tier 2 channel member, said this is the engine they wanted, so it's the engine they got. Even if I'm the one running it right now. Alright, since everybody wants backwards, I guess we're going to run backwards, because why not? It's goofy because heck you, that's why. You're allowed to swear? No. Not because I ban people from swearing, but because YouTube does, and they're very adamant about censoring swear words. I'm fine with people swearing. I don't really care too much about it on these sorts of streams, you know, but, like, YouTube deletes every comment with a swear in it, basically. Swearing gets censored. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to see it if there was actual swearing, unfortunately. Hecking heck. Ever get a Choo Choo Charles sequel? I hope we get more monsters based on different types of locomotives, like a crane engine scorpion or electric engine that shocks people to death. Well, we're gonna have a steam engine that actually just smogs up an area. It stalks you. You can kind of see it in the woods. You can distract it and deter it, but if you don't find it in time, it'll just slowly take away your lungs. Alright. Five cars. It's me! Boo! Is scary. Had real zingers get messed up because of the censor. Oof. I know I've seen a few messages where somebody said something really funny, and it just got completely nuked because YouTube's like, no, family friendly or else you die. There's a town in the UK called Pennystone. I remember that one's actually not censored because Tom Scott, I believe, did a video on it. He actually talked about it, and it's great. Censorship makes no sense on Roblox. You can say cockpit, which has profanity if you remove pit, but you can't say cordwood, or just as simple as cord. What? That's weird. Then again, I don't really want to be dismissive, but at the same time, I don't play Roblox for a reason. Alright, let's pick up this way car, and then I think we're going to go over to the other iron mine this time. Because, I mean, we've obviously got the freight cars to deliver, the loads that are already ready, but this way we get more stuff out of the way of our yard here, and we can empty out this 3-track yard faster, so. Parents told me swearing is bad and that I should never do it. And then I went to high school. You know, that's kind of my life in a nutshell. I mean, my parents didn't tell me it was bad. I just never swore until high school came around. And then all of a sudden, I went from being a jolly little bag of sunshine and nothing, and fluff and whatnot, into, dropping F-bombs left and right. There's some nasty towns in Pennsylvania. Intercourse? That's a name of a city in Pennsylvania? Wow. One in-game chat I was a part of censored the word because it was short for password. Wow. I think the most messed up censorship is that you can't even say Rockstar in Grand Theft Auto Online. A game made by Rockstar Games. Nice. That's funny. The whole classic shoot yourself in your own foot ordeal. Alright, you know what? Gameplay. Let's set the time to 5:30. Sorry, I'm at 5:70, because why not? Because that way we'll actually get back to the morning sooner, and so I can hit the road sooner. Boring is a good one, too. Don't forget the town of effing in Austria. Yes, that one where they keep getting the signs stolen. I'm gonna quickly Google funny town names. Let's see, there's... yes, Hell, Michigan and Gaylord, Michigan. Don't forget those places. Let's see. No, I don't want unique town names. I want weird city town names. Accident, Maryland. Ding Dong, Texas. Y, Arizona. Blue Ball, Pennsylvania? Oh my god, that's legendary. Canada is no. The American mile marker at mile 420 kept getting stolen. It's now marker 419.99. Nice. Alright, so this is going to be really interesting, because we're actually going up of 5% grade here. Now, it's no trouble for this locomotive, obviously, because good power, just a light train. The problem is, once we reach a certain point, I have to start worrying, because it's going to go down to 3% downhill pretty suddenly. Here it is. Okay, 3% downhill. Hit the brakes. We don't want to derail on this. Anyone gonna see or have seen the new Saw movie? I haven't seen it. I'm probably... Stuke, have you seen the really horrible marketing scheme? You know how there was Barbenheimer? They tried to pass off Saw Patrol. That's a 5? Yes, it's a 5%. And up to that bridge in the background there, that's a 5% too. Really doesn't look like it when you're running across it, because you're just going so fast you don't really think twice, but... Starting about here, right where the bridge ends, it's a 5% uphill. Not for too long, but for just long enough. And in the middle of this bridge, it crests and goes back down to 3% downhill. So I'm gonna have to be careful. Don't mind me taking a million pictures of this train as it's rolling around. The railroad is called Magnitogorsk? It's Magnetite, I think. Magnetite, and it's the Iron Mountain Railway. That's just the engine name. Opinion on the new Loco? I like it. I don't like how, overpowered it is compared to other engines that we already have, but I overall enjoy it. It looks good, sounds good. So, I'm happy with it. Once visited a town in my state, I live in Germany by the way, literally called Lederhosen. Nice. Oh, I just realized I'm not going to be able to do a mixed freight with this train over to this mine, am I? Need to make it more expensive. Right now it's too cheap for what it does. See, the thing is, it's a common misconception. Making something more expensive does not change the fact that it is overpowered. It just changes how easy it is for people to get. And for the people who are willing to cheat, that means it changes nothing. And for the people who actually do the hard work, it just makes it harder on the people who are actually trying to do something interesting and cool with these locomotives. So making them more expensive isn't the solution. The solution is adding a system which incentivizes the other style of play, where instead of having an overpowered engine and you run the longest train possible, instead you try and get your loads. It doesn't matter how many loads you get, as long as you get the loads to their location fast. You know? Because if you do that, you'll incentivize shorter trains. And so the weaker engines will become more useful. Now, obviously, this engine, being so as fast as it is, being 30 friggin' miles an hour, being the fastest engine in the game, it doesn't necessarily fix the problem, because it would still be the best. But it would at least mitigate the issue of train overpowered and you just run long trains. It would actually make it so, like, hey, if you want to utilize this engine's power, maybe you should have steep grades so that you can make it interesting, you know? This chat reminds me of the Top Gear bit where they talked about the energy drink. I've tasted... I'm not gonna say that aloud, I'm gonna get demonetized. Have you? Top Gear was so unhinged in the best way possible. Haven't they had, like, something where recently they've been posting about how James May has died in the Amazon forest? Like, he hasn't actually died, I don't think, but they've just been posting that he has because they've been filming out in the rainforests for their current show. Something like that. Yes, their flights from Botswana were canceled. Okay, that's what happened. Also, you know what? Hold on. I want to quickly check how much iron ore is over here. Top Gear was awesome. I mean, the newer seasons, haven't they canceled it because the ratings dropped because the new hosts weren't really as entertaining? But yes, Top Gear was the best, dude. Back when the crew was prominent there. The main three, James May. I almost said Ricky May. That is the wrong character, and I rest in peace, legend. Tonight on Top Gear, James restarts the Soviet Union, Hammond drops a fat man on Hiroshima, and I die in a boiler explosion. I want to try and replicate a boiler explosion sound, but I don't think I'm good enough for that. Also, how the heck did we derail? That was only 8 miles an hour. What? Really? What happened? Was that too hard of a donk? Well, hey, channel members, get those piss cups out. At least the engine didn't derail, that's good. Top Gear had some great moments. For example, James May attempting to light an SS-18 with a lighter and breaking Stalin's house. Also, bonk. Top Gear was legendary. It was glorious. I am back. Welcome back, man. Welcome back, John. He derailed twice, revoke his license. Oh, don't worry, Aaron. I've derailed 4 times this stream. Derailments are to be expected here. They are part of the scene, you know? It's all part of the show. Then we will revoke your normal license and your backup license. You fool! I have 70 alternative accounts! I hope that wasn't too loud. I'm sorry if it was. I had to make the reference. I had to make the joke. Sometimes it also becomes part of the scenery. Wouldn't be the same without... Exactly. The streams wouldn't be the same if I didn't screw up every now and again. Eggman intensifies. Oh, good. Somebody did get the reference. Thank God. Next, we'll do ASMR. Stir pisses on the moon. New episode coming this Monday. Actually, speaking of Monday, we are going to have a video coming out this Monday on the model rariting series. I miss my wife, Tails. I love that that's just the last line in the... God, Alfred is so good as being the chaotic Eggman character that we didn't know we needed in life, but now we have him and he's not going anywhere. Have you heard of the Essex Railroad? Maybe once or twice, but not recently. Doesn't really ring a bell. The droplets. I love how half of chat is just going along with the meme because they actually know what it is, and the other half is like, what is going on? You can tell who knows about the meme and who doesn't. It's not that, it's something else. Oh no, I know you're probably on something else. You've indicated your knowledge of the meme, but some people here don't seem to know it, so it's something else that maybe you shouldn't read from a demonetization reasons. It's not the meme. Some people should not have chatting privileges? Did I miss something? But don't look. Okay, I guess I'm going to trust you guys there on that one. Alright. Donk. Unpin. We'll unpin both sides just for the heck of it. Hello, Trip. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Logging crane can't decide between two cars. It loads them equally. I've had that happen before. You could land it perfectly between the middle. You fool, I have 70 alternative names. Alright. Waycar. Donk. Roll it on backwards. Over the switch this way. Let's make sure that there's a link on... There's not a link on this side. That's an easy thing to fix, though. Wait, double payout? Does it give you twice as much money for every load you deliver? What is up, everyone? Not too much, Bear. We're just having some fun referencing the I'm pissing on the moon meme. Having some fun, running some trains backwards. And we're going to be running some iron trains soon, actually. By the way, since the stream is getting surprisingly long, I think I'm probably going to run 2 more trains after this. Like, out and back runs, not just... not one-way runs. I think I'm gonna do 2 additional out and back runs, 1 for each iron mine, just to bring it to the actually, guys, would you prefer to see 2 iron mine runs, or would you prefer to see 1 iron mine run and 1 cordwood run? Pick your poison. Both. I'm not doing both. Well, oh wait, no, both. Right. I might be stupid. Don't mind me. Please stop, Ivo. How did you know my name? I'm back in the fucking building again. There's so many quotable moments from that. I love the Snap Cube Egg Man. One of each cordwood core. Alright, we'll do the cordwood runs then. Should we end with the cordwood runs? Should that be the last train we do, or should it be the second to last? Would you prefer we get away from this desert scenery for a little bit? Or would you prefer to see the new scenery right at the end of the session? There are 11-year-olds here? There shouldn't be. 11-year-olds shouldn't have, at least, they shouldn't really be on this stream, first of all. Like, yeah, we're generally friendly, but that doesn't mean we're exactly family friendly while I'm streaming. Recording, yes. Streaming, no. And secondly, if somebody has an account on YouTube and they're 11, isn't that just outright illegal? Like, straight up, that is an illegal trait. You need to be 13 to be able to create accounts on basically every website, not just for terms of service, but also to abide by COPPA laws. So, well, if that's incriminating that somebody is 11 years old, we might have a post to report really quickly, yeah. Did I just hear a stir swear? It's so rare, like hearing a dispatcher swear. Don't worry, I swear all the time off camera. I swear all the time on camera, too. And also, you've retracted your message, but just letting you know, we do have records of every message sent in chat in the stream VOD, so we can still prove this stuff. It's not like you're hiding very well there, bud. Our DSs swear quite often, nobody cares. Exactly. As long as it's not, like, excessive swearing where somebody's just constantly cussing out everything and everyone, who cares? It's fine. God in 4K. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him! Only problem is I don't actually see where, in all these reporting stuff, you can report something for somebody being underage, but there is one thing we can do that will easily help with this. Holy crap, 55 viewers? What is this, a popular channel? I know, right? We actually have people watching right now. It's insane. I don't know why, but like after last week's stream, we've just... I mean, I guess it's the second stream where we've had a lot of people, but twice in a row we've been hitting pretty high numbers, all things considered. Like, usually we get 20 people tops on a stream, and this stream we've been getting a consistent 40 or 30. Like, 35 to 30 is the lowest we've had this stream. That was the low point. It's always reactionary, like, shit, that's not gonna work. Exactly, exactly. It's not overdone. Stream got a little bit behind and lagged. I was worried the stream got band hammered for a second there. Nah, you're good. You're fine. I don't think we've been censored for swearing for saying the F-bomb just randomly. Ruby Basin spawned with no water. Now I'm playing Water Sim 23. Hey, at least it's not Crane Clicking Simulator 23. That game sucked. Order 66. I have the high ground. I have the high viewer count. Helps to emphasize certain things. Sometimes you just need a bit of swearing to get the damn point across. Exactly, exactly. I'm here because it's a Friday stream. I got D&D on Sundays. I thought you mentioned that you had D&D on Fridays too, though. Or am I mistaken and I'm dumb? I don't remember. Watching while building my layout. A very good thing to do, Aaron. Whether in Railroads Online or on in person. I used to do the same a lot before I became a trained YouTuber. Then I took an arrow to the knee. Had you in the background for your birthday stream? Ah, yes, that's when that was mentioned. Right. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. There we go. That birthday stream was so much fun. I haven't touched Pizza Tower since it, unfortunately, but it was such a fun game. Totally worth the $20. I DM on Wednesdays now? Ooh, fun. Also, before I forget, I don't think I got many responses to this question. Should we do the Iron Mine run first, or should we do the Cordwood run first? Like, we could have some fun and end off the stream on the Cordwood, doing the route you guys haven't seen yet. Or we can then have it come earlier just to get a little more variety. Anyone DoorDashed you a cheese wheel yet? Nope. Not yet, thankfully. It would just be a waste of money at that point. Do the fun 1 second Cordwood. Alright. Cordwood it is for the latter of the two. Gotta keep that viewer engagement up. Exactly. Alright. So then the next question is, do we want to pull out the Ruby and do another mixed freight train where we have the passenger car at the very back of it? Or would you guys prefer we take this engine over to that iron mine on the mountain? Which would you all prefer? Also, did I have handbrakes on this whole time? Really? I forgot to grab those? Wow. I may be stupid. I say that a lot, but it's because I'm still not completely determined whether or not I am. Which might just be another sign of my stupidity. Alright, brakes. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I don't want to be over here. I can just back these cars straight back into each other. We can just push them over here. What a... I really am being dumb. Which industry do you find the hardest to supply, the smelter or the oil refinery? Smelter. The oil refinery has to go through the smelter, but the refinery itself is pretty easy to actually unload at. And once you start getting iron production really going, it's not that hard. So... excuse me. But the iron stuff... Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, no, the oil refinery is harder... Well, no, not to supply. Yeah, I'd have to go with the smelter as the harder of the two to supply, just because the cordwood is such a pain in the butt to do. And we're gonna hit a hard dunk here. I better slow down. One, two, three, four. Link. I declare a thumb war. Donk. Donk. Let's go ahead and continue backing her up. Might have to deal with the big mainline locomotive and move it a little bit, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. Don't need you doing a flying Scotsman in railroads on the line. Don't worry, we'll just do the Flying Dutchman instead. See? Just as planned. Derailment. Right on time. I didn't even talk it that hard. What even happened? All according to plan. Oh, that was like perfect timing. Beautiful. You're good as half the train goes in the dirt. The true Flying Dutchman experience, exactly. I don't know if there was ever a locomotive called the Flying Dutchman, but if there wasn't, there will be soon. Just give me $500,000 and some passionate people who want to recreate a steam locomotive. Alright. Cars unhooked. So now we can separate. I guess we should probably grab the way car before we do the runaround maneuver. There was a Great Western Railway single-wheeler and a British Rail 7MT Britannia, both named Flying Dutchman. Okay, so it was a thing. It was a named passenger train from London Paddington to Exeter St. David's. It ran from 1849 until 1892, comma. More rares online. I'm tempted to get it, but I don't know if my dumpster laptop can handle it. Yeah, most laptops can't. They can handle the older versions of the game, but those don't really have the exciting new updates and the bug fixes and whatnot. But if you grab a computer and build it yourself for like probably around $600 to $700, you can pretty easily get a good frame rate on this. Alright, link. And we can take off the marker lights. We're in the middle of town. Gotta go. Won't be gone for long, so hopefully I can be back before the end of the stream. If long is like... I think we'll be going for probably another hour. So... you should be able to make it back, TK. You'll be fine. Playing Railroads Online on a laptop. I built the laptop. How do you build a laptop? Well, I know there's like some websites where you can do that, but... The Connie boxcar and Waycar. You got yourself a small G-scale starter train set right there. Oh, dude. I've been so tempted to buy a single G-scale locomotive. Because we have a small G-scale setup out back, and my father's been slowly trying to add on to it. I'm like, I want to buy one. It's this really cute 242. Framework has completely custom build options for laptops, but expensive. Yeah, of course it's going to be expensive. It's a laptop. It's a custom laptop. What do you expect, you know? Built it myself. No, how do you build a laptop yourself, though? It's got to be really hard to do. Going for the US style 242T or for the Linton and Barnstable 242? No, not a tank engine, just a tender locomotive. Just a regular old 242. Also, sorry if you guys heard that jet engine outside. I don't expect you would, but that was very low flying, and I kind of hate those guys. They've been doing this way too much in the last few months. Alright, brakes. Jousting lance up. We are ready to peg. Let's go ahead and take off the handbrakes on these things. I think it's just the two, but let's double check, just in case. Okay, it's more than just the two. Or not more than just the two, it is just the two. Actually, wait, I don't want to take the handbrakes off yet. I want to link up to these first. Handbrake. Handbrake. There's very few swappable parts in most laptops, unless you have a gaming one, and even then, they're a huge pain in the butt to do anything to. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was asking about it, because if there was, like... If somebody had a review of one of those websites where you can, customize your laptop and like buy modular components for it. I was wondering if somebody could get a review of that, because I think it could be pretty useful for when I go on vacations. Though I don't go on vacations often, admittedly, but... Like the Rogers 242 that was made years ago by Aristocraft? That one you want to get? I don't know what that one is off the top of my head, so maybe? Maybe not? I don't know. The one I'm thinking of is the Bachmann one that's based off of Hawaiian Railroad's number 5. It's a really cute little engine. It was one of their little big hauler line locomotives. So it is a little bit comical, but it's still a very good engine, you know? Very well proportioned. Why did I not link that correctly? I am dumb. The main reason we were looking at the 242, though, was because it's a very cute caricature, and really, we're not going to be building a G-scale, are we? We're just going to be building a small train in the backyard to look cool, you know? You only pegged it, never pinned it? I want to make a, if you like it, you should have put a ring on it joke, but I feel like it's more accurate. Not maybe not appropriate, but if you liked it, you should have put a peg in it. You should have put a pin in there. Sus. Exactly. Okay, and handbrake. Watch the world burn as chat questions my sanity. Should we have an American version of plow rail trains? I don't know what plow rail is. Is that plastic rail? Oh, I do think I've seen actually some remote-controlled N-scale equipment. That was really impressive. But that was like all UK equipment, you know? Kind of insane to think, though, that like the wiring's super easy for a reversing loop on something like that. And that would be kind of cool to see here in the US. I know we've got like cheapo plastic stuff, but like actual attempts at modeling, that'd be nice. Don't ask me why I put down the jousting lance. That was kind of stupid of me. Getting ready to haul a 14-car train up to the iron mine at its original location. How long's the, or not how long's the train? How steep's the grade? Are you going up that dev cut with the 6% and like the 10% tiny blip? It's gonna be a bit of a hard donk, but made sure that the handbrakes were on these cars and only on one end so that they didn't go flying around. Now the hard part about all this is linking up to the passenger car. It's gonna be kind of tough to do. Not impossible, but not exactly easy. Tiny turds didn't explode when you bonked. Yeah, I know how to handle them well. I've practiced with them. Now this bonk, where we're going to hook up to the passenger car, that's where it's scary. That's where I'm afraid we're going to throw everything everywhere if we're not careful. But... Alright. Perfect. Did I really just add in links and pins on both these sides? Okay, well that's a problem. Whoops. My bad. Oh, that's not too hard to fix. How did I mess that up, though? Like, seriously. I specifically went out of my way to try and make sure that it was not that way. Alright. We are connected. And I'm gonna drop a save just for safety's sake. Now then, let's highball. I am actually considering deleting one of these 6 hoppers and trimming the number to 5, because with 5 hoppers you fill up all of these perfectly to load at whatever iron mine you're going to. That's the wrong direction. I am surprised that these hoppers haven't jumped the rails, considering I just hard braked on at a high speed. But I was thinking of reducing the number of hoppers here to just 5 instead of 6, because 6 times 5 is 30, and 30 is how much you get, how much iron you create over at the iron mine when you deliver 2 cars of beams and 2 cars of lumber. So, just did that too, went down the wrong track. Only my train is like triple the weight of yours. Triple is probably an underestimate, honestly. If you've got a 14-car train, I think triple is very generous to how light your train would be. Probably heading off now, considering 2 a.m. is rapidly approaching. You know, that's entirely fair. Sleep is very important. Have a good one, Robin. See you around. Take care. Sleep well. Oh, God. God. Why does that hurt my back so much every time? It's just a sneeze. Ow. Welcome to getting old. More like welcome to I have really poor posture at my computer. Your sneeze made Rared's line lower its volume briefly. Nice. Also, quick question. Is the volume good on this stream? I haven't checked this in a while, but it's always good to make sure that you know whether or not you're doing things right. Is the sound levels good for the stream? Like the steam engines aren't too loud and I'm clear. Still enjoying Luna Ridge, so we'll be interested to see a new map on the updated seed when it's done. We've actually finished one. Well, not really. It's designed for multiplayer. This is where we put all our industries. I do need to work on a map for more single-player or smaller scale-oriented stuff, because I'm thinking, like, this is probably going to be for 6 people at a time, but we do have a map out already. It's a very complicated one, though. I don't think you need 3 logging camps. I'll probably work on a smaller map in the next week, you know? Try and get something challenging but fun. We'll see, we'll see. Volume is good. Volume is voluming well. Yes, good volume. ASMR is my favorite. Alright, good to know the volume's good. Good to know. Seeing the one with a sawmill only, will this new map be on the website? I don't remember the one that's sawmill only, unless it's like roll the dice? Because the only map that I haven't published yet that I've worked on is the hardcore map that I've been doing in the last month or so. I hope that those screenshot sounds aren't annoying. Speaking of annoying stuff and sound levels and whatnot. Expanding as well, I'll be getting 2 logging camps. Nice, nice. We've got 3 on this save. We've got 1 to the upper left, we've got 1 to the upper left, and we have 1 to the dead right. So, well, maybe not dead, but to the right. Hope they add a snowy map in the future update down the line. It'd make a good challenge to have ice on the tracks, and you would give the sanders some actual use. All, you know, true. It'd be fun to have a little map where you have to climb into some really steep, snowy areas deep into the mountains. Just finished connecting the logging camp, freight depot, and sawmill on Lake Valley. Nice. I actually don't have the freight depot connected yet. I focused more on trying to make sure that we could run the iron route, you know? Pinged you with the photo? Alright, I'll check it out in a sec. Actually, I can just pull out my phone. Who do I kid? I'll check it out right now! Alright. We're almost at the iron mine, speaking of, jobs and connections and whatnot. I see it says the regular version has a sort connection between sawmill and log camp. I misread. Thought that was all you had done yet. Oh, you mean like on Luna Ridge, where how the default map has the small little connection? Yeah, no, it's got everything. There is a version where I've linked up every single industry, and there's a version with just the sawmill and smelter, or not sawmill and smelter, sorry, sawmill logging camp linked up, and there's a version that has nothing on it. So, can you say sightseeing train? Oh, and the new height map. Yes, yes. On this version, there is a short connection between the sawmill and logging camp. Yes. But on the version I'm playing on, I've done more. Though, admittedly, we haven't done much more because I kind of had to build this within 24 hours before the stream went live, and I had to build some of it on the stream. So, I kind of rushed it a little, but there's one thing Railroads Online does quite well, is showcasing the wild western side of railroading on a narrow gauge level. Yes, very, very true. Now all we need is bandits to raid your trains. Gotta go, gonna go drink and then watch Saw Patrol. Yes. Saw Patrol, baby. The new hit Barbenheimer meme. Totally. It wasn't just a shill online from that some content creators got paid to do. Had that for a second with people being able to invade saves without a password. You know, true, true. 3, 4, 5, 6. That was a very rough experience when you could invade saves like that. That was no fun. Fortunately, they sorted it out within a week. Alright, that's linked. Back her up. Can you tell me why my forwarded cordwood became 18? Yeah, because there's a doubling glitch for some reason. Industry inputs are doubled. We don't know why. It's a bug of some kind. It was introduced in the latest hotfix. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not exactly sure how you got 18 out of 4, though. We've only heard of it doubling. Not so much, like, partial doubling, so I'm not exactly sure why or how you got 18 out of that, but... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I had 2 left over, so 16 then. Well, that would imply that it was multiplied by 4. Also, I didn't mean to turn on that handbrake. What handbrake did I turn on? Not you. You. Oh my god, 1%. 1% would murder me. I can't do that. Cordwood cars store 8 bundles of cordwood. Yes, that is true. Did you have a fully loaded regular cordwood car, Darknut? Because if that's the case, then you would have gotten 8 pieces in, not 4. And that changes the math. Also, welcome back, TK. Welcome back. Gonna be hopping out. See you later. Alright, NSSR. Have a good one, man. Thanks for tuning in. See you around. 5, 6. Nice, even 30. Break on, break on. Dink Doink. The best TV show made by... No, it's not. Don't watch Dink Doink. Please do not watch Dink Doink, I beg you. 1% break now would kill you because brakes are broken. Back before Unreal 5, you'd have been perfectly fine, though. Yeah, exactly. Don't exactly want to jump the rails. Going now. I had a great time. See you in the next stream, hopefully. Alright, Joel, have a good one. Thanks for tuning in for a little bit. See you Sunday, maybe. Oh god, Sunday stream is gonna be so much chaos and so much fun. With everyone playing on the new world as I've slowly built it up. Cat meow. Yes, Durian has been banished to the Shadow Realm for her crimes last night. I'm not letting her in my room for at least a week. Because I'm not dealing with that trouble again. For those of you who missed it, though, Durian got into my room at, like, 3 a.m. I didn't notice, and she hid under my bed until I fell asleep. Once I'd fallen asleep, nothing really happened until 5 a.m., where she very suddenly started meowing to let me out of the room. She's not supposed to be in there if I'm not in there, and she should know this by now. We've tried to disincentivize it a lot. And so here at 5 a.m., I just get this loud meowing in my ear of a cat who thought that they would get outside without my help. Turns out they don't understand how doors work. And they also don't understand that I didn't want them in there in the first place. I like having my door closed and just having my own space at night, man. So, I'm not letting her into my room for another week, because I do not want her to get the wrong idea that she's allowed to be in here, because apparently that idea got so strong in her head that she went ahead and got in here at night when I really, really don't want her to be in here. What is your favorite color of Coach right now? Mine is green or blue. Mine is probably orange or yellow. I mean, well, okay, it's orange. Or red. I don't like yellow is good. I love the way this thing looks, but also, like, why is the text contrast this abysmal? Couldn't you guys have done something to make it slightly better? Like, really? Sounds like she loves you, mate. Oh, I know she does, but I need boundaries. I am very, very sensitive and need to be able to set and draw a line to feel comfortable with the world around me. And one of those lines is I don't want the cat in my room most of the time. And she just ignores that a lot. So, no cat for a week. I'm not gonna deal with her. It's kind of what cats do, bro. Yeah, doesn't mean I like it. And we've been able to, in the past, teach her that she's supposed to stay out at certain times. So, It's just that she somehow unlearned the message, and because of that, I want some time away to try and reteach her about it. Wait, Railroads Online has knuckle couplers now? No, these are still Lincoln pins. They just look like knuckles because they're Janny couplers. Grandpa tried to berate me for sitting in that chair all day. I informed him of the 4 hours I spent cleaning this morning, which he missed because he was out fishing. I really hope your grandpa doesn't cause you too much trouble, man. Stay safe. Okay. Throw the switch. Pull the lever. I don't want to be going that fast. I feel like we're going to bin the cars if I'm not careful. So let's just slow it down so that when we do bonk, it is a safe bonk. Perfect. Now, link, handbrake off. Let's roll. Oh, hold on, actually, I forgot the headlight. Whoop. Do boxcars have more of a use now? I know that was one of your biggest gripes with the game in one of your videos. Unfortunately, they do not. However, the new boxcars do. But the new boxcars are tiny four-wheeled ones. I'm just pulling a boxcar around because it's a nice way to make the train look a little cooler. And also, you know, just artificial industry movements. There's a siding over here where you can spot the boxcar and leave it there for a little bit. And so we have that basically at every town. So I'm kind of just forcing boxcars to be important. I'm requiring that they be useful in some way. Answer that question about couplers. Since knuckle couplers were made standard by the ICC for common carriers, some couplers were made to be compatible with stock which have the old Lincoln pins. Yes, exactly. And since Lincoln pin is the main thing at this point in time, they're basically more Lincoln pin with coupler asterisks on them. But he's no harm, just doesn't understand his own limitations. Last night he got hammered again and caused a bit of a feud at dinner, but otherwise he's been surprisingly helpful. He cooks dinner often. Nice. Have you ever been excited for an update to a game? If so, have you ever waited till 4 AM for it and stayed up? I don't think I've stayed up that late for game updates before. I think I did, like, I stayed up till 4 AM once, but it wasn't because of Railroads Online update, it's just because my sleep schedule was horrible. But I have stayed up to a point where the game updated. I guess that's something. Would it be possible to script edit the boxcars to carry more things? I feel like if we... Well, then again, just literally what you say there. I feel like if it was, we'd have seen somebody try to do it before now. Latest I've ever stayed up is midnight, and I only do that on New Year's. Oh, don't worry, TK. I have stayed up till 7 a.m. Actually, I've stayed up till 10 a.m. sometimes. I've stayed up till, I've actually woken up at, like, 11 p.m. occasionally. So I very much know about staying up super late for things. Once they get the knuckle coupler function worked out someday, we can eventually switch out the rolling stock with links and pins with the safer knuckles. If you want to keep your fingers, that would actually be really funny. Every time that you link up a car on realistic difficulty, there's a 1 in 10 chance that you lose a finger, and once you run out of fingers, you have to restart the save. I think the boxcar should carry less things so we can have more than one in the tree, you know? You know, true. It is kind of disappointing that they carry 32 of a load, and they only carry one cargo type. But longest you've spent playing a game? I played Mario Odyssey for 9 hours straight one time. I don't actually know. But I know I've played Splatoon for 16 hours straight before. I took small breaks for, like, dinner and food and whatnot, you know, but 16 hours. When you run out of fingers, you switch to your feet. When you run out of feet, you switch to your teeth. God, could you imagine? That would be so hilarious, dude. Keep myself mostly blind to most of the sneak peeks and leaks devs show, but I hope they are behind the scenes modeling new industries unironically. I can talk a little bit about that. I don't have spoilers or leaks, but I do have statements. And I don't know if those statements are super strong ones, but... Fun coupling story. One of my family ancestors lost his hand in a coupling accident, resulting in him getting a hook attachment and working as a telegrapher. That honestly sounds kind of awesome. That, like, you lose your hand, but... Yar! Me matey. Grandpa got creeped out as he used his hook to hold the turkey still when he was cutting it on Thanksgiving. Wait, was this a live turkey, or was this a dead turkey? Also, I need more fuel in that tent. Or, not in the tender, but in the firebox. Hold on. There we go. It's the game you've been most hyped for? For me, I don't think anything will top the hype for Mario Odyssey. Smash Ultimate being a very close second. I don't actually get that hyped for things, typically. I generally get intrigued and look at the games and think, yeah, I'll grab it. But I never really get hyped up for a game's release too often. I want to say Pizza Tower, but I never actually knew... Like, I knew of its existence before it came out, but I didn't really know much about it and didn't follow its development or anything. I really don't know. I'm sure there's some game from my childhood that I got super hyped for, but I don't remember anything, really. Dead, I hope. A cooked turkey. Okay, good. It was dead. Thank God. Could you imagine putting the hook, like, on the turkey's back to hold it down and then just taking out an axe and just whack, whack, whack? Hello, Golden. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. And hello, Troy. Perfect timing. Got right in for the greetings. I need to put more fuel in the tender. Takes burning coals out of the firebox and throws it in the tender. There. Much better. How on earth do I put water in the shay? Like any other locomotive, right? It's just a little thing in the back of the engine. It's a little thing here. You open it up and then you pour water down it. Did they jack the sprint speed up? No, I'm just using cheats. I'm just using Railroads Online Extended because I was building track earlier and I haven't bothered turning it off. Speaking of Smash Ultimate, are you an Inkling main? No, because I get way too salty when I'm playing that game. I cannot mentally handle it. It's just too much for me. And I guess that's why I like Splatoon so much, is because it's a team-based game, you know? But in Smash Ultimate, typically you're on 1v1, and that is just... It's not an environment that is healthy to me. I don't know why fully, but it makes me too competitive, it makes me too hostile. I've tried it in Splatoon even, I've tried doing 1v1s, and I can't. I get too angry too quickly. But... I want another type of shay, something bigger like the ones used on the Cassinic Rail. I think everybody wants a bigger shay at this point. It would be a nice way to round out the geared engines and give us something new to toy with on our geared routes. Like, could you imagine a Class B with a second, with a trailing truck? Or even just a Class B in general. It would honestly be really cool to have one of those things. Love to see that. Oh, speaking of which... I have found... I know I've brought this up on a stream before because it was really funny to me. I have found a website that sells NN3 Class B shays. And the big climaxes... And the tiny shays, the Class A's, just like Mishcal number 2. That's just... NN3. Of all the scales in the world, who, like, I'm amazed, but also, holy cow, how do you even get down that small? Like, N is small enough as is, you know? Why would you need a smaller track gauge? It's even more specialized and hard to come across and get equipment for. N-scale narrow gauge, NN3 is the super tiny one. Yes, it's, it is N-scale, 1 to 160, with, 6.5 millimeter track, Z-scale track. It's insane, I love it. No, we're talking about real locomotives, not model trains. Nah, we're talking about model trains. Z-scale exists? Yes, it does. But also, like, NN3 is still somehow more niche than Z. And also, T-gauge exists, which is 1 to 450. So that beats out both Z and N anyways. Have you played Sonic Frontiers? I have not, but oh my god, the soundtrack, dude. The boss themes. Bangers. All hits. I've listened to, recently been binging Breakthrough It All. A good song, good fun. ZN3 is also a thing. Honestly, I'm not. That doesn't surprise me. Don't forget TT120. Double T is actually larger than N scale. It's not really. It's in the top 5 smallest scales, but it's not in the top 3. How the heck do you get the cars on the track at that tiny of a scale? Fly? Re-railer. You get a tool that you put on the tracks, and it locks onto the tracks. You put the train on that, and it's much more forgiving, and then you just slide the train into place. Then you can take the re-railer off, and bam. Favorite gauge to model is with N scale. I used to model with N scale because it gave you a lot of space to do whatever you wanted. You know, you could do a lot of train, but I've recently found that ON30 is like really fun to do because while you could do a lot of train in N, you can do a lot of modeling in other gauges. You know, so. I have this new idea for a gauge. 1-to-1. I call it standard. Revolutionary idea over there. Alright, let's try and hurry this up. Let's get these cars in place. TT scales between HO and N. I have seen it before. There was actually at a local train show, speaking of which, I actually got some cool new stuff at that train show that I'm going to show off in the near future. It might start a new project layout. A very short project layout, but a project layout nonetheless. But there was this guy who was selling Rokuhan shorting line equipment, and for some reason, he had a TT gauge set. Not like a full train set, it was just like 3 cars that you had to build yourself, made out of wood. But it was like a box car and 2 tankers in American styling, which is like really weird. TT's never caught on over here, but I actually got to see some TT the other day. That was really cool. That's the wrong handbrake. Brick scale, it's not a train, it's just a brick. I'd model it. It's like a pet rock, you know? Damn, girl. Oh, that. Exactly. There's another pickup line. Damn, girl, are you a British exclusive model railroading scale? Or a model railroading scale that's not really popular in the US but is probably popular in the UK? Because I want to see them teams. God. We are, we're gonna need a hall of fame of how many bad pickup lines we come up with on stream. Hello, Mew. Well, welcome back to the stream. How's it going? Oh, God. Time to inform my friend of that one. Now he's gonna have 5 terrible options to choose from. I think that one only really works when you're at a train show, though. You gotta... I don't think most girls are gonna understand at a bar. Or most guys, either. It's not popular, though, just Hornby being a corporate. It's more popular in the UK than it is in the US. I don't think it's popular either there, but we can only say it's more common. There's an upcoming train show this month just a few hours away from where I live. TK, no. Wish HO130 was more common in the States. Honestly, I kind of wish narrow gauge was just more common, like even just in one scale. But I guess that's kind of why O130 is the most popular. Because it's basically the best unified narrow gauge scale that people actually want to model. But... oh, we're barely gonna get this in underneath before we run out of steam pressure. I bet the next derailment on a stream will have a passenger car be part of the consist. You know what? Just to prove you wrong, I'm gonna derail right now. Hold on. Let's save the game before I actually commit to this. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'll do it at the end of the stream instead. Alright, cordwood. In order to do cordwood, we're actually going to need to move this train a little bit out of the way. I don't think this is the train we're going to use to end off the stream. I think, unless... actually, you know what? Chat. What do you want? Would you prefer that we actually use the Chonky Lima, or would you prefer we use the 10 mile? What would you prefer that we use for this this last little bout of the stream? Going out to eat with a pal. Ooh, nice, nice. Have a good one, Gilded. See you around. Cheers, man. Oh god, we're already having a great divide. Do I need to have... do I need to have another straw poll? Just to make sure that we count all the votes correctly? Wait, hold on. I didn't link to that? What do you mean it didn't link to that? Oh, it's double linked, that's why. Okay, okay. We are, once again, tied with what locomotive that people want to see. Alright. Handbrakes. That should be all. Alright, polar forward. Just a wee little bit. Both. I don't think I'm gonna do both. I don't. That would be a little hard to actually do. You're almost at 5:30. Go take a break. Oh no, don't worry. We'll end the stream soon. And by soon, I mean after we complete one final job, because I'm not giving up till we've done cordwood runs. It's almost dinner time, though, so I'll get off around then. Count my vote 47 times. You know what? If we want to have a corrupt government, I can accept payments. We'll start the bidding at $1. And whoever winds up bidding the most. Please tell me your dinner includes... You're right. Hold on. TK, please DM that to me. Tomorrow is a pizza night. And I don't know if we're going to Papa Murphy's tomorrow, but if we are, I need to remind my father. I'm already a sub. What more do you want? You know, true. You know, let me see. How many subs do we have here? Just the one. So, you count for 5 votes, Pocky. Thank you for convincing me. Lima it is. That's one way to do democracy. Woo! Corruption! Got my dad a Hornby Class A1 Tornado for his birthday. He thinks it's for me. I'm gonna rename and rename. Ooh, sounds fun. Good luck. Oh, you've actually just reminded me of a story that I now need to tell chat. But good luck renumbering it without him noticing. Anyways, I was a kid, right? I mean, everybody's a kid, but like... You know, out of context, that statement sounds kind of stupid in the best way possible. I was child, past tense. So, Christmas Eve. Me and my sister already know where my parents are hiding the presents. Like, we were, So, I went into the room to look at my presents. And... what I found was I had a box of pasta. That was one of the gifts for me. A box of pasta. Like, what is this for a kid? And to make matters worse, the, I was gluten-free at the time. I couldn't have pasta because, like, it was causing me some pretty bad issues at the time. And so I'm like, why would they do this? Anyways, Christmas comes around. I open the box. I'm like, wow, it's a pasta box. The wowee. And then my parents are like, open it. And that was the first train set I ever got. It was a loop of track, a transformer, and a locomotive that they had hidden in a pasta box. Like, and you know what? They got me. That was the only present I didn't even try to guess that year, because I had seen every present there, and they knew I knew about it. But I had never thought twice that it would be something other than a pasta box, because I was an idiot kid. And that was the most creative way that they have tricked me and surprised me on Christmas Day. Have you seen Unlucky Tog's Thomas models? Hold on one second. Let me focus on the game here real quick. Let me park this train in the correct location. I'm not a Thomas guy, but the way he made the characters in realistic light is insane. They don't have faces and have actual history. Yes, I've seen some of them before. They're really beautiful. Really well made. My dad gave me a fish tank when I was young. He had to dress up as Santa to put it in my room since I wouldn't fall asleep. See, we never believed in Santa. Me and my sister. We knew the ruse from a young age, and basically what we told our parents is, hey, keep it up, we like it anyways. Like, I don't remember saying that, but my parents loved telling me that story back in the day. It was great. Alright. Now that we're cleared back here, undo. Actually, we'll have the link on that side so that we can link to the loco better. And now let's go ahead, pull forward just a teensy-weensy little bit. I'm off for the night. Have a good one. Alright, have a good one, James. See you around, man. Take care. Thanks for joining in. I had to get rid of it due to water vapor bleaching of the ceiling. Oof, that sucks. I accidentally killed all the fish in the tank when Mom told me to wash it out, and I used soap, and I didn't take out the no. Oh, no. That might have been what happened to my hamster, now that I think about it. We had a hamster when I was really young, and he died really quickly, like 3 days, and they're like, oh, well, that's just how long hamsters live, and now I'm looking back and like, is it really? Maybe it was 3 weeks or something, but really? One fear. Reminds me, when I was around 8, I really wanted to get the Lego Lone Ranger set because it was way out of my budget range because I was 8. I was certain I wouldn't ever get it. A few weeks before my 9th birthday, I was at my grandpa's. In this game, her closet was a shower. I walked in, and lo and behold, she had tried to bada, drum roll, hide the set in her closet, forgetting all about our roleplay game. She never hid presents in the closet again. Hamsters die from anything when stressed? Okay, that would explain it. Good news, guys, I didn't murder a hamster when I was 2 years old. It died of natural causes of me. What the heck? Excuse me? Well, hey, to whoever bet that we were going to derail with a passenger train on stream next, hey, I wasn't a passenger train. Alright, you know what? We're just going to leave that for future Stir to deal with off stream, so I can finish this off easier. How did that, like, let me sneak past the first time, though? What happened? What happened? I didn't mean to re-rail the flat car. That was the wrong car. Let's just leave that over here. Okay, bobber. Re-rail. Perfect. Link and pin. We blame Kume. You mean Clyde? we blame Speed. We blame everybody who pays me to play on this world. Blame Canada. It was the investors' fault. Exactly. They were pressuring me too hard. All the Alright, well, let's do this for real this time. Let's actually hit it. Hit the road, get rolling. Blame the 5K people who aren't paying. You know, true. Blame the 9 members who are... the 9 channel members who get early access to videos. Alright, honestly for this, I'm just gonna re-rail the cars behind the locomotive between it and the tender. Because I know we're gonna have to back this up to go forwards. We're coming up to a switch here in a moment. Right now, I want to go left, but in a moment, we're gonna come back here and I want to go right, so that we can go do the cordwood stuff. Right? So because of this, or I guess the problem is, I don't actually have any way to put cordwood cars behind the engine right now, other than just re-railing them. So, you'll never guess what we're gonna do. Since we were talking about modeling skills earlier, how about SN 3.5? It's only used in Australia. What? Huh? Well, I guess there were 3'6" gauge railroads, but yeah, okay. It's Australia. That makes more sense. Okay. Whew. Like, what kind of railroad's using that? Down under. Okay. It's a pretty sounding whistle. I know, right? Like, I can complain about this engine being overpowered, and others can complain about the sound the pistons make when you're running at a high speed, but, like, dude. That whistle is excellent. That whistle is top-notch. Best whistle in the game, in my opinion. Australia does not, in fact, make sense. Okay, you know, fair. Hey, to any Australian subscribers that see this part of the stream, hey, you want to comment on how much sense your world makes? Want to comment on the spiders, on the upside downness of everything? Got to get all the stereotypes fit into this one stream moment, baby. I miss the old whistle ambiance, which had the echoes before the team's division. I don't remember the old whistles very well. I didn't play with whistles very much because I never had friends, and so I kind of just, like, ran trains on my own. We are your future because we aren't a You know, that's true, that's true. Most of Japan's railways, New Zealand's, and South African railways are all 3'6". Very true. I do remember Japanese railways and New Zealand ones. I just forgot about Australian ones, honestly. Okay, we want... I think we're only going to buy 4 of these for now, because the area we're headed to is pretty tight. It's number 3. Yeah, it's Saturday. Gotta give it some credit. Australia is where Bluey came from. True. I don't know much about Bluey, but I've heard it's good. So, very, very true. Wait a minute. I'm gonna order one of those box cars, or one of these flat cars in a moment. I want to see something. How large is this car? From right here to right here is 3.6 meters. So what? That's like 10 feet? Okay. Okay. Hold on, let me do a meters to feet conversion. Okay, so it's around 12 feet, closely. Roger, roger. Don't think we have standard gauge over here in New Zealand. That would not surprise me. I've heard that it's basically all narrow gauge there. And you know what? That just means while it's not the worldwide standard gauge, it's the standard for your country. 1 meter is 3 feet as far as I know. It's closer to 3 feet 3 inches, actually. So it's a yard that is exactly 3 feet. Okay, and the last one of these, dink doink, doink dink, bingle bangle. Oh, I already got the coupler in that one. Never mind, I didn't need to say bingle bangle. I always round a meter to 3 feet. See, I don't, and that's just because I know the measurements can be a little precise. Because I was trying to see if that was an 8-foot flat car. Because I know of a website where I can buy ON30 8-foot flat cars. And if they were 8 feet, that means that I knew what kind of freight cars I was going to have to build, how I was going to make the box cars. Unfortunately, they were not 8 feet. They were 12 feet, which means I'm going to have to find a different website. Either that or just ignore the prototype and call it a day, but... which I'm well known for doing anyways. When Amtrak retires the superliners, I wonder how successful hotels with retired superliners would be. I'm not sure they would be, unless you somehow refurbished them pretty seriously. Because even a sleeping car, those rooms are pretty small, you know? They're tiny, they're just they're roomettes. They're dinky. And you'd have to basically redo the insides, I think, in order to make them worth turning into a Amtrak superliner hotel of some kind. Usually I only do that for like visualization because I'm 6 foot tall, so it's like, oh yeah, that's 2 meters long. Ignore the prototype and lore into your layout. There was a railway in the UK called the WC and PR that had American coaches from a railway in Spain that rejected the order. You know, that is very true. Can always just say, lore. Wave your hand magically. So I might do that. It would be a fun way to make the micro-model railroad project for the far future into something more chaotic and interesting. Because then you could, I could have tiny boxcars. And I truly mean tiny boxcars. You know, like 8 feet in scale, just 2 inches long. High-side gondolas aren't too hard to make because they actually make those. Steak flats would take a little work, but still wouldn't be too hard. It's the box cut that's really the difficult thing. Maybe a tanker too, but I don't think I'm going to do a tanker. The Amtrak sleepers are pretty cozy. Wife and I take them every once in a while to Florida. I've taken them a couple of times. I took one last year, actually, in September. My father and I rode in sleeper on the Empire Builder back from Chicago to Portland. So it was nice. We got one of the rooms that was a little bit larger. Not intentionally, it was just one of the spare rooms, and they had a small discount on it because it wasn't going to get sold if we didn't grab it. So we upgraded. It was great. Sleepers are pretty oh, they're not Florida. They're not Superliner. Well, yeah. So Superliners are mostly for the West Coast. But hey, even the Viewliners are comfy, aren't they? I've never been in one, but the rooms are pretty similar from what I hear. West Coast oh yeah, the auto train. Forgot about the auto train. You're right, you're right. It's because they were able to fit more capacity on them. Though there are some East Coast Viewliner trains. The Cascades is a good example of that, but that's just because the original train sets were scrapped because of random BS here. Is it bad that as soon as I heard Empire Builder, I thought of that one Bachmann and Scale set? Nice. Viewliners only really exist because of the tunnel sizes over here. Yes, but there is also actually a reason for single-decker cars like the Horizons and the Amphiletes outside of the tunnel sizes, which is, or the clearances, I should say, and that is because of commuter service. It is a lot easier to load and unload a single-deck passenger car, especially when you're going between a good amount of distance between cities, than it is to do a double-decker. So they show up on, like, the Michigan services a lot. Which is funny, because I say that, but there's the Chicago Metro stuff, and that's double-decker, and it's commuter rail. But those are a different design, you know, they're not Superliners. But at the same time, why don't they just use them in Michigan? They used to use Superliners on the Grand Rapids route, on the Père Marquette. Or Père Marquette, I don't know how to pronounce it, but... Interesting, the commuter rail in this area is a lot of double-decker. Yeah, usually... it's the very local regional stuff, like Metra, or like the Washington, D.C. stuff, or like the... I can't think of any other names, but... they usually have double-decker stuff, and also like the Northeast Corridor, the New Jersey Transit Authority, they have double-decker stuff. Admittedly, it's very tight double-decker stuff, but in the National Capital Region, Mark. So, but for some reason, Amtrak seems to prefer single-decker cars in commuter service. Hornby brought out new DCC chip for your locomotives with Bluetooth. Now you can control your layout with iPhones only. Ooh. That obviously sounds really fun. Hello, Vipicardo. Welcome to the stream. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Imagine Amtrak ordered a duplex Acela, dude. That'd be... Could you imagine how cramped the seating would be there? God, do you guys remember a few years ago or a few months ago? I can't remember how long ago it was. But back when that business executive tried to sell the idea of stand-up seats in airplanes to improve capacity? V-Porco. Okay, so I was close, but I didn't quite get it. Alright, alright. That's a good pic. That is an excellent picture. That is top tier. Train name acronyms, like the BART, which The Simpsons made fun of. You named me after a train? Lisa asks. Of course, we did that with BART, Homer replies. Heard positive things about the TGV duplexes. I've heard positive things about them too, but with the Acellas, you still do have the height restraints, so you wouldn't actually have a total duplex. It would only be a partial duplex. Which logging flat car do you recommend? The tier 1, the old one, or the 4-axle? Depends on what you want. I think the 4-axle cars are honestly just overpowered. Like, in comparison to the other cars. I don't think they're overpowered in comparison to the context of the game and what you're trying to do. But they're quite strong for their price and for, everything, you know? So, the best way to think of it is if you get 2 tier 1 old logging flats. Hold on, let me get a photo, actually. I want to get a photo of the train running along this ocean side. If you get 2 tier 1 logging flats, those can both hold 6 logs apiece. And they cost $600 to buy the cars. While the 4-axle backwoods sugarcane ones, those can hold 5 logs each, and you can get 3 of them for $300 or $600. So for the same price, you get more cars and you get an additional 3 unit capacity. So I'd say that the 4-axle cars are a little bit better. The only time that the 4-axle cars are worse than the bigger ones is either if you are playing a playthrough where you limit the number of cars you're allowed to purchase, like, per se, Steel Pegasus, where the smaller cars are worse because of their worse carrying capacity, and you really need the bigger cars even if they cost more. And the, what was the other pointer? There are a few car types that are just worse, that you should never use. And those are the tankers and the cordwood cars. Those ones just suck. Like, their capacities are abysmal, and their prices are too, so... Thought I was alone. The sugarcane cars seem broken with how much they can store with their size. Yeah, they are. Most of them are. Also, the low side gondolas, I guess, aren't, and the regular stake flats aren't. But generally speaking... hold on. Give me a whistle? Yes. Hold on. There you go. The logging and pipe flat, the boxcar, the high side gondola, those 3 cars are just the best freight cars of their respective type. At least the 4-axle ones, you know? Also, I think we came in here the wrong way. I was supposed to back in here, but I think we can still do this. It's okay. Wifey enjoyed that. Nice, nice. Very good whistle. It is by far and large my favorite, man. I use the sugarcane gondolas and plantation boxcar for oil barrels, and that's it. Like, I think the low side gondolas look amazing with the oil barrels in them. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think we're gonna have them on this save because the main railroad that's transporting oil barrels is the one that's going to have the big limas on it, and that means that you kind of don't really want dinky cars next to this engine, you know? What graphics card would you recommend to run this game? Mine is failing, lol. I was able to get away with an RTX 2060 for the longest time. Like, the only time I really felt lag was when the game was getting too many pieces of rolling stock or tracks on it. And at that point, when I upgraded from an RTX 2060 to an RTX 4070, the 4070 actually didn't help. My frame rate was still really poor when I first got it, and it's because I needed DDR5 RAM. That was what made things better. So you don't need a really strong graphics card to play this game well. You can get away with like a... what's the AMD graphics card? The 6600 or the 6600 XT. That'll work just fine, and it's one of the cheaper cards out there. And you just want to... I think if anything, it's better to focus on getting an AM5 motherboard that can do good RAM speeds if you're really worried about having the having like a large world like mine where we have 17 industries and we're going to have multiple people playing and running trains, like 10 people maybe. If you're that kind of person, make sure you go out of your way to get a really good set of RAM and whatnot. But if you're the kind of person who is just going to be doing this solo or on a smaller world, go right ahead and just get yourself some DDR4. It worked fine for me for years, dude. Got a friend playing who still has a 1080 Ti in his system and he struggles to see over 45 FPS. Oof. Yeah, I'd recommend the RX 6600 or the RTX 3060 as a minimum. And, of course, don't build your world too big, and you won't need to break the bank on good RAM and whatnot. The old 1080 Ti is a good card, but she's getting old now. Yeah, that's... Aren't they on the 40s now? I mean, I got myself a 4070 after all. Please tell me this. Yes, it works. Let's go. I was afraid that wasn't going to work. We're good, we're good. Anyone played Steam and Steel before? Isn't that like a Roblox game? I feel like I've heard of it before, but I haven't bothered playing it, mostly because I just don't touch Roblox personally. Personally, I only upgraded from a 1070 to a 3060 Ti 2 years ago. See, I only upgraded to a 2060 from no graphics card whatsoever last year. And then this year, I decided to get a 4070. Really, I didn't need the 4070, but I didn't realize it at the time, so I bought it anyways. But hey, at least I now have a really good graphics card that I can flex on my friends. Attempted Railroads Online on an early version on an 11-year-old laptop with lowest graphics settings. It was still a slideshow if I wasn't looking at the ground. Oh no, my old computer, when I first started playing, couldn't handle this game on the lowest graphics settings. It was abysmal, dude. It was a slideshow. You'd get like 10 frames a second tops. Did you get a good deal on the 4070? I don't think I got a great deal. It cost me $590. So I think, considering the prices at that time, it was the cheapest I could find, but it's not exactly cheap in the grandest scheme of things. Surprisingly, Railroads Online does not use a lot of the GPU, which means it could be running better, and it isn't for whatever reason, and I should probably figure that out. Exactly. Like, dude, I've got a 4070. Why am I still lagging? Because of the RAM issues I've got. They're like $5,000 a card over there? What? What? That's a lot of money. Excuse me? 600 was like the low end. I mean, it wasn't the lowest, you know, 590 again, but there were a lot of cards floating around the 600 price point. 5,000? What? Holy cow, that's insane. Yikes. Remind me not to order parts from New Zealand for my next computer. I've had a look. Okay, good. It's not. Oof. Okay, they've dropped drastically since I last looked. Thank God. I'm willing to bet they've also dropped since I picked mine up. The 4070 was relatively new when I got it, but thank God it's not 5,000 anymore. Got an RTX 2060 for $190 from Amazon. That's not bad. Usually I see that you can get an RX 660 for around I want to say $200, maybe 180 new off of like Newegg or Amazon or something like that. Alright. Let's turn this train around the Y. And we'll go ahead and fly out of town. Depends on the country you live in. I know Switch games in Brazil tend to be $150. What? Yikes. I do know that some countries have a higher cost of living and whatnot because there's just a higher wealth thing, and sometimes there's lower. Like, again, Railroad. I know I feel like I'm bringing it up a lot this stream, but this time I'm actually not going to bash it as much as I would normally. Just wanted to mention a little interesting thing. You get to, or depending on what country you're in, it would be more expensive or cheaper, and there's actually this kind of big drama. Well, not really big drama, but one guy got very upset about that because he didn't understand that's just how the market works in general, and depending on where you live, you might get a better price, you might get a worse one. Alright, let's go ahead, line the switch, and let's roll. Top of the line 4090 in New Zealand costs $3,300. I think here in the US they cost like $15,000, so that is twice the price, which is kind of absurd, but all things considered could be a little worse, I guess. I'm back. Welcome back, Radio. Welcome back. It's probably going to be our last run for the stream. I do have to worry about dinner pretty soon. And we're gonna get this cordwood to the smelter, and we'll see. We'll probably call it there. My 9-month-old PC runs Roads Online on custom graphics around 50 to 68 FPS. You know what, hold on, what FPS am I running at right now? Let me see. Hello, Steam, top right corner, please. Okay, we're running at 60 FPS. But that's because I don't have graphics unlimited. Oh, right, I have to turn off VSync. Right. Oh, only 73 FPS? Oh, wait, no, it's jumping up. It's jumping up. It's running at around 80. Which isn't the best, all things considered, but... Options, graphics, let's turn back on 60 FPS just for my sanity. What time is it for me right now? It is 6:10 p.m. It's coming close to dinner time, so we won't be around for too much longer. Oh, I've started the new map, the one I was talking about earlier, and I think you would be interested. The map encourages mixed freight and quite a bit of switching. Everything is far away from where it needs to go. Interesting. Remember, your monitor controls what FPS you will realistically see. That is true, but you can set the game to unlimited anyways, and it'll bypass how many frames it's generating a second. It won't show you more frames per second, but it'll tell you that it's making more. And so this monitor is capped at 60 FPS, sometimes 75. I don't know why it changes sometimes, but it does. But when you set it to unlimited, it'll go up to higher numbers. I've been able to get it up to, I believe it was like 400 FPS sometimes. So... me watching in 480p. What FPS do you think is good for Railroads Online? I would say 30 plus. That's a low bar to clear, and it really depends on the person that you're talking about, because I prefer having it to be 50 plus myself, but as long as you can hit 40, you'll probably be fine. Also, let me quickly turn off guest counter. Perks of living in the future, it's 2:10 p.m. for me. I am faster. It may be Monday, but I am farther ahead. Gotta go, it's 2 a.m. Alright, Darknet, have a good one, man. Sleep well, sleep well. See you around. I intend on building to the smelter next to the liver cordwood, as the smelter eats through cordwood like crazy. Yeah, it's insane. There's a reason we have on this map 1, 2, 3 logging camps to serve it. Because we're going to need all the cordwood that we can get. So... we'll hopefully be able to keep it fired reasonably well. New map is cool, but it feels empty without a lot of the trees. Honestly, I kind of like the emptiness. Gives more of a sense of the narrow gauge being built over an open plains, you know? Let me guess, is the 6th of October for you? Yes, it is October 6th. It is a Friday for me. Do you prefer mixed freights or single commodity trains? I prefer mixed. Mixed just looks better. Obviously, we're doing single commodity right now, because, like, we kind of have to, because we're just getting started on the map, and we're trying to find our footing, but, typically, I like myself, some mixed freight. Slap a boxcar on a train and call it a day, you know? Alright, boys, we're almost there. We're gonna need to slow down as we get into town, though. Because I need to go set a switch. In fact, I need to set one switch. And I need to set... right here. 2 switches. Perfect. NG. Don't know why that happened. That's funny, though. Glenbrook is hands down the best mid-game engine. Personally, I have to disagree. Like, it's got the best speed, it's got some of the best looks, it's got the best price, but it doesn't have the best power, and its brakes kind of suck. I think the 10 Mile or the Mosca barely edges it out. I'm not sure which one comes out on top, though. Glenbrook is a very strong contender, though, don't get me wrong. It's a great engine. I'm just not sure I'd call it the best, you know? Also, we missed our switch. I thought I came over here to just throw the switch and nothing else. Alright. Now then. Cordwood. The wood made out of chords. Specifically musical chords. 10 Mile might be better for curves because Mason Bogey. Generally speaking, I don't know, actually. Because all the engines handle the curves about the same nowadays. The Glenbrook got the buff where it doesn't derail when it's running too fast. And it has air brakes over the Mosca. Yes, but the Mosca's not air brakes are still pretty strong. Like, they're not bad. The Glenbrook, which has air brakes, is way harder to control. So... Roads and Line Extended should have an Easter egg where if you set your movement speed to fast, your character turns blue. They should have an Easter egg where somehow you fit Shadow the Hedgehog into the game. Just be an edgelord. Never used the Mosca, to be fair. You know, that's fair, that's fair. It's a pretty respectable locomotive that is often overshadowed because the 10 Mile and the Glenbrook just have way better options for visuals. It looks pretty good, and its power is the best of the 3. If you count for the Class 48, the Class 48 beats it out, but the Class 48's brakes are so bad. Like, just... everything else about it is okay, it's passable, but the brakes are so abysmal, you never want to use it on the main line. It's got a decent top speed, it's got 22 miles an hour. It's not bad. Okay. Let's go ahead. Options, gameplay. I forgot to turn this to random, my bad. What? Did I set it to nighttime? I didn't press any of this. What? You know, let's just go 1300 real quick. Hope that works. brakes aren't real on them, I think. Like, you can run away and they don't work. It kind of not real. I have seen them work. It's just they are so bad. It's abysmal. So don't let's see here. Pretty sure the devs removed the Lima's air brakes because it would be the OP. Honestly, I think they just didn't put air brakes because the engine is didn't have it in reality. Because most of the time, the difference between regular brakes and air brakes is negligible. It's not a question of whether or not it has air brakes or not. It's a question of how strong the brakes are, you know? So, because again, the Mosca, in my opinion, has better brakes than the Glenbrook, and the Glenbrook has air brakes, and the Mosca really doesn't. What's the best engine on looks? Allow me. Well, let's review them. Let's look through here and try and see if there's anything that catches my eye. 10 Mile is great just because it's got so many paint jobs and so many headlights and so many smokestacks, even if some of them are a little bit jank. While we can't do much with the Eureka, gotta admit it looks great. Glenbrook has some of the best options out there, period. I mean, for heaven's sake, you got what 13 paint jobs to choose from, and while 1 and 2 are literally the same, like there's no visual difference, everything else there is a notable visual difference here. And these last few, 9, 10, 11, and 12, the tenders look excellent on them. 13, if you want the true industrial appearance. The smokestack selection is pretty respectable, and the headlights aren't too exciting, but the 4th one is very unique with the star on the front. This one's pretty good. This one's pretty great. While the Mosca doesn't have much in the way of paint jobs, the smokestacks they have and the headlights aren't too bad, and it does look pretty. I do wish we had more paint jobs for it, though. Cook Mogul Coal is one of the best. I think this would be, like, top contender of the ones we've looked at so far. Good smokestack selection, good headlight selection, and the paint jobs it actually has are very nice. Even the ones that people don't like it's nice to have this sort of variety, you know? It's also nice to have these basic ones that don't have anything going on. It's great to have these ones that have a lot going on in them. Same with the 280. You know, basically exact same over here. Oh, I do love myself the 5th paint job. It looks great. Class Tweetsy used to be one of my favorites with this headlight, number 5, but the fact that its smokestack selection is kind of poor. Like, you get straight stack with a golden topper, or you get the dreaded onion. Not really my favorite anymore, although it does look very good in this sort of red and black paint job. I love this one. I think the one I like best for looks right now is either the Glenbrook, the Cook Mogul, or, of course, our latest and greatest engine, our Lord and Savior, the Lima. I really like the industrial look. I don't know what to say, man. It's a very pretty engine. She's got a good smokestack, just 1 and 2. 3 and 4 kind of suck, but 4 at least looks actually decent on this engine. I don't know why I like it here, but I like it. 3 doesn't, though. This is just jank. What the heck is this? As for headlights, you get some nice selections with the angled one, with the circular one, with this one that actually shows the numbers, another circular one, antlers even, if you want those for whatever reason. And for paint jobs, you get yourself the Type 2, which is this very, very pretty green color. But personally, I think my favorite arrangement for this locomotive is either 2-1-1 or 2-3-1. Personally, I think 211 beats it out. I don't know. I just like this. So, there you go. Some thoughts on some locomotives. And with that, we have completed our last run of the day. And I need to worry about dinner. I gotta go talk with my father and say hello to him, you know. Gotta have a good time. And thank you all for joining today. It has been a pleasure. It is really nice to see the heightened engagement for these last few streams. For those of you who happen to be in very dark parts of the world right now, why are you still watching me? Why are you not asleep? I will see you all in the next one. Maybe on Sunday, maybe next week on Friday, maybe on Monday, because we are going to have a model rating video coming out on Monday. So, I will see you all around whenever we happen to meet again. Cheers, folks.